Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the session. I would first like to start by introducing our panel. Edar, he works as a products and research manager at the user group Wiki Monumento Brazil. He has been associated with Wiki Loves Monuments for the past 3 years. More recently, he has been working on a mobile application for Wiki Loves Monuments that will make finding and uploading photographs for the competition more accessible. Jeffrey has been a volunteer with Wikimedia Uganda since 2014 and has organized Wikilove's monuments in Uganda since 2017. He has also been associated with other Wikilove's competitions such as Wikilove's Earth, Wikilove's and Wikilove's Africa. Kimo is works with Wikimedia Finland and has worked with WikiLists, categorization, maps, and so on. He has also organized WikiLove's monuments in Finland in the previous years. Mikola, our last panelist, he is a member of Wiki Loves Monuments Ukraine organizing team since 2012 and is the vice chair of board of Wikimedia Ukraine. We also have Seal from our Wiki Loves Monuments International team helping us with the questions in the chat. So, in case you have any questions, please feel free to add it to the Etherpad or the Feedloop chat. We will get to it at the end of the discussion. And coming back to me, I am Misha Murli. I am based in Delhi, India. And I've been working as the DEI researcher for Wiki Loves Monuments since 2021 and will be moderating today's session on understanding diversity, equity, and inclusivity in Wiki Loves Monuments and federated campaigns at large. As part of this process, I have spoken to many Wikilove's Monuments national organizers and other Wikimedia affiliated Wikimedians about their experience of organizing this digital photo competition in their countries. These conversations made me realize how diversity, equity, and inclusivity is an ever evolving process. What might be applicable to one country may not be so for another. So our approach to understanding and finding solutions to such issues have to be specific to the region or country in question. So today we have our panelists sharing their experience of hosting Wikilove's monuments in their respective countries. And if you are new to Wikilove's monuments or would like to know more about it, we have our Wiki Commons page, and you could also refer to our previous Wikimania session that included a discussion on for new organizers. So let's begin. So my first question to our panel would be their experience with representation of local monuments and communities in the competition. So according to you, how important are local contexts in understanding heritage, and how do you ensure maximum participation from local communities? Ada, would you like to go first?
Okay. I think it's important to take into consideration that Week Loves Monuments is a competition, a contest born in the global north, and that implicates in a set of assumptions. For example, the easier access to photograph equipment or a more stable internet connection, for example. Discussions around what constitutes a monument and how can we improve the impact of the competition results. For example, by highlighting monuments that don't make the cut of beauty of the in the main prize, but denounce the abandonment of the state or institution responsible for those monuments are also relevant to take into consideration when you are dealing with local contexts.
Thank you. Um, Jeffrey, would you like to go next?
Yeah, thank you. So, I think Wiki Last Monuments really is all about sharing our cultural heritage and I think like cultural heritage is really kind of local at the local level. Like what is a cultural what looks like a cultural heritage site in Uganda may not look to like a monument to someone who lives in another country. So I think we have to really contextualize it at country level first. So what we have done in Uganda, we have worked with the Uganda National Museum, who helped us to come up with a list of um, cultural heritage sites and monuments in the country. But this also has to be kind of communicated with the participants that, yeah, these are really monuments and cultural heritage sites, but also the jury who judge the photos at the local level, because without understanding that, then they may not they may discard the photos thinking it's not a cultural heritage site, but when it is really very meaningful to people who live in that particular location, and are using this as a monument. But also I think representation in terms of local communities also have to make sure that more countries participate in Wiki Loves Monuments. Yeah, when you look at the map that is on Wiki Loves Monuments, there is very few countries participating in Wiki Loves Monuments in Africa. So how can we get that more countries to participate? We need to reach out to new people and encourage them to organize Wiki Loves Monuments in their country. So the more countries, the better. So yeah, we need more participation to increase representation for local communities.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Kimo, would you like to go next?
Yeah, uh, I think that in terms of accessibility, the uh, most biggest barriers are technical ones. It is kind of the first barrier which blocks people to participate. How they can technically find the monuments, what they should photograph and how they should upload and like that. But then there is uh, kind of things like inclusivity, mm, which is in local heritage context that what can be included to the as a monument in the competition, and what local heritage groups think what are important. And in that context, we have been trying to select some groups each year and uh, find what they think is interesting, and what cultural organizations, formal cultural organizations like museums are in that area, and curate interesting lists, and hope and help that those local groups will spread the word and find new people to participate. But this is kind of that we select only a small geographic area in Finland each year, because in that kind of work we can scale to whole Finland. So we curate one area per year, and in next year we move to next area and next local groups. So
Thank you. Mikola, please go ahead.
Yes, so on Wikilove's Monuments Ukraine side, we had a challenge of starting with monument lists, because when we started the contest in 2012, our government monument lists were of pretty bad quality, and the monuments were not very well detailed anywhere online. So we had first to start an effort by getting this monument list from local authorities, and we were very conscious that we were not equally successful everywhere in the country. Some regions had much better details than the others, so depending on where participants live, some of them might have 5,000 monuments in their region, others might have just 100 monuments. Known, not that there are less monuments, but that we don't know them. Another dimension for us was what is on this list and what is not, because of the history, because of historical reasons, typically from communist times. We notice that we have too many communist monuments. Most of them were being demolished or rethought, like a Lenin converted into Darth Vader statue during the decommunization campaign. So it was interesting for us to document the monument as it existed, as it was demolished, and what happens next. And we had also kinds of heritage that was not on the government lists, probably deliberately, probably by omission. And we teamed up with partners, for example, on Jewish heritage or for the monuments that risk destruction. And we worked with these partners to add additional items so that we know that these sites are important to people. We know that they were omitted from the government lists. And sometimes afterwards, they found their place on official lists. And it's pretty good achievement that we managed to raise awareness.
Thank you. So what we get to know is, what is a monument for one person if in one country may not look the same in another country, and that is something that needs to be kept in consideration, along with the fact that sometimes national or official lists are not adequate or not readily available for us while hosting this competition in our regions. So that also needs a lot of work um, from our part to get official lists and get them make them accessible. But what is one major issue that most people face is the technical end. That even with the resources available, the technology may not uh, be as accessible as we would like. So that brings me to my next question. That given that Wiki Loves Monuments is a purely digital photo competition, how important is technological? What are the kind of technological issues that you face in implementing the competition in your country or region? And what kinds of initiatives have you taken in this area?
Can I start?
Yeah, please, Adam, please go
Okay.
ahead.
Uh, from a global south context perspective, technological accessibility and inclusivity relate to actions we as local organizers need to adapt the contest to our local contexts. Um, so this means that we have to consider, and we have been doing this in Brazil since 2019, that we have to consider how they navigate through the lists via mobile devices, for example, or which devices are they using to take the pictures? Do they have a stable connection to send the photos once they have taken the photos? How high is the learning curve of the participation in the contest? So we have feedback from participants that say that it's impossible to navigate through the tables, the table lists on Wikipedia. So how we've been doing trying to resolve this problem is to build solutions for the lists. For example, we are building a mobile and desktop map application to try to improve the user experience of the photographers participating. It's available in TwoForge on beta still, but I'll put the link in Etherpad later. And that is something that we feel that needs to be addressed, the user experience. Um, and that's it.
Thank you. Um, Jeffrey, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, I think it's really very important to consider this gap of technology because, yeah, Wikileaks monuments and other photograph competitions really depend on whether someone has access to a nice camera or has access to a smartphone that can take really good quality pictures. When you see the photos that, for example, win the international competition, they're really high quality photos, and they can only can only win if you have like a nice camera, but also have like that technical capacity to take a good photo. and I think the good thing with Wikilabs Monuments is also like it is kind of decentralized or federated. Like we have like a local Uganda competition where we know at the end of it all we have winners from Uganda, and we are going to judge them depending on the quality of photos that we have that are coming in from the country. Uh, but the fact is that not everyone has access to a camera. That one remains the fact. So what we have done in Uganda to kind of reduce the gap is we have a device, a camera for the user group, and normally we borrow this out to participants. So one person can use it like for 3 days. So by the time the competition ends, the camera has moved hands like maybe to 6 people. So someone has just to share a list of monuments that they want to capture, and when they want to capture them, and then we borrow out the device, and someone goes to capture. And we try to prioritize, sites that have never been captured before, because we have been doing this since 2017. But also there are some places we haven't reached. And the other thing we are doing is also to go for photo hunts. And when people are going in a group, still they can share one device. One person takes one site, another takes another. So sharing devices, and lastly, also supporting people with internet data and also transport. So someone needs transport to go. Some of these monuments or sites are located in remote places. So we use also support from the foundation, and we give support for the transport and also internet to upload pictures. And in that, we are kind of reducing that kind of barrier to participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimo, would you like to go next?
Yeah. I think that the at first we tried to use the Wikipedia table list for showing what should be photographed, but was pretty fast that we were beyond that they were just too complex or hard to use for general users. And after that, we have been mostly used maps which the user can browse and see what are near to them. And mostly we are using custom Wikisuite tool for that. And generally, it is very important that we should have globally very well working tools for the competitions, just for the finding what the user needs to photograph, and also what they need to fill information when they are saving photos. That is another thing. If we want the IDs and coordinates and like everything like that, then they should be automatically filled. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Mikola, do you have something to share?
Yeah, I think we have we have no real big problems with access to the internet, for example. At least before the war started, we did not have it. So we know that participants can have their photos on a device that has internet connection, but we know that some of them are not very used to upload forms like we have on Commons. So they might get lost in accurately describing these pictures, or just not knowing how to attribute them correctly and so on. So what we have done is we added upload buttons to monument lists, which pre-generates the monument description, so that we know that at least if person clicks on this button, the picture will be correctly described and in the right category and so on. We also added a feature which a few people used, that if you're uploading pictures of a lot of monuments, I mean hundreds, that we can help them with a bot to automatically add descriptions to these images if they add identifiers to file names. In this case, the person just needs to sort these images on their computer, and the bot will take care of putting them into right categories and adding them correct descriptions. We still have some barriers to, for example, people are asking to have some sort of to-do list or maps that they can choose what pictures to see what monuments need pictures, and create like lists for themselves by aggregating lists from multiple areas. That's not something we still have, but well, those are things that would be good to add probably at the international level as well.
Thank you. So, listening to these experiences, obviously there are roadblocks that each of us face in different ways, right? So, how is it that you get your participants motivated each year, year after year, to send in entries and participate in the competition?
I'd like to go first on this.
Yeah.
So that's very key, like to get participants engaged every year and to continue participating. And what we have done in Uganda is to hold events. So we normally have events, and this help to to help people learn more about the competition and why they should participate. It has been a challenge in the past 2 years because of the COVID situation, and events had to happen online. So the engagement really is not the same as an in-person event, but that really helps. Of course, the other thing that helps are the prizes. So we normally have prizes for the winners, and these also help to to encourage participation. But I can also say that still the numbers are low. Yeah, when you compare like the participants in Uganda, for example, with participants in other countries. For example, last year in Uganda we had 15 participants who submitted 334 photos, and when you compare that to a country like Italy, who had 675 participants submitting 11,000 photos, there is like a huge difference. So yeah, we can get a few people getting involved every year and continuing participation, but we also need more people to mobilize as many people as possible to participate, which is still a kind of a challenge. Yeah.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Uh, Mikola, would you like to go next?
Yes. So for us, the biggest challenge is a bit different, that we have many participants and many pictures. We typically get around 30,000 images per year. And this means that many participants feel I don't have a lot of chances to win if we just award prizes for the best 10 pictures. Like my chances are slim. So we tried to encourage participation by adding more awards people can win. We added awards by regions, so that you also get a smaller prize for the best picture of your region. And we also added prizes for the number of monuments pictured, and this evolved in time with a prize by the number of new monuments pictured. So the goal is to say to people, well, maybe you don't have spectacular monuments in your area, but you also have some important, a bit less beautiful, but also historically important monuments. And we also want you to encourage picture maybe not very spectacular historical buildings around you. That's not like the best castle of Ukraine, but that's something that we want to have on Wikimedia. And this encourages also people in different geographic areas to participate that were not joining us before.
Thank you. Ada, would you like to go next?
Yes. So we have been doing something similar. I think it's the same thing in Brazil as well. We have been promoting since the 2019 different prizes for participants. Of course, we have the main category that is the best images that go to the international phase, but we have also since 2019 the best contributors, or the people that contribute, that illustrate the most number of monuments. And we also, from 2021, since last year, we had pick a state of Brazil, and we, in context of another other set of activities, we also established a category for those for a state of Brazil to give prizes for that region. But one thing that we struggled a lot is with outreach and communication. That was something in 2019, since we assumed the competition in Brazil, that we attributed to the lack of participation. And then COVID hit, and we had fewer people going to the streets and photographing. But year by year, we have been adding things to improve the user experience, to try to tackle this participation um, problem. But if you look at the numbers, photograph contests on Wiki are all of them. Wiki loves Earth, Wiki loves Africa, Wiki loves monuments, Wiki scientific. All of them are rely on newcomers. So you have a high percentage of people participating in the contests come become a Wikimedian in the moment of the contest, in the context of the contest. So we need to read these numbers, tackle why are the retention rate so low. Globally, I think it's 9% for all the users, 3 for newcomers. In Brazil, we have 3 for all the participants and 1% retention rate for newcomers in Brazil. That is something that we are trying to tackle by improving the user experience.
Thank you. Kimmy, do you have anything to add to it?
Yeah, some ideas or comments about the newcomers. What I have been felt about all the time is that the Wikilost monuments and such competitions are mainly outreach campaigns to the outside of the current Wiki community list in Finland. So I haven't really seen a problem that mine growth of the users have been newcomers, because it is kind of have been our focus. Another thing about the technical sides, we have been doing different photographic campaigns in Wiki, which are focusing to photograph statues or photograph of some buildings or something like that. And we have had tools for that, and we have been developing WikiSuite.me for that, and we have had another rephotography app, which is for rephotographing historical photo again. It shows that what photographs have been taken at this place on the phone, and we are now rewriting it so that it will work also with the EOS phones. And one idea what we are trying to do is that how well it will be working also in the competitions like Wikilost monuments, but it is kind of focusing list first for those people who are already doing targeted photographing in Wiki. So
Thank you. Thank you for those inputs. One last question. This came from one of our international organizers, from Seal. So she asked that, how important do you think gender is as a factor for a photo competition such as Wiki Loves Monuments? And what does it bring to the table? This is open to everyone. Do you have any ideas or comments about it that you'd like to share?
Yeah, maybe I can start again. And I think gender is always a perspective that we have to look into in every aspect of our competitions or activities. And gender in this case relates to access to the resources that photographs have, for example, or internet connection. It's shown in research that women have less access to internet than men, and that includes economic resources as well. But we all know that, and that plays a role in defining the profile of photographer and photographs that we have on the competition. And but gender is something that is difficult to measure in Wikilove's monuments because we only have access to the username of the photographers, and people tend to not answer surveys, so we don't have this number at hand at any time. So it's difficult to measure the impact of gender in the competition, I think.
Thank you. Since we are coming up on time, we just have 5 minutes left. I think we could have one more speaker share their inputs, and then we could move to the audience questions. Would that be okay?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Would someone want to go ahead and answer the question?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Yeah, I also think yeah, gender is a very important factor if we are to, to bring diversity, equity, and inclusion within competitions like Wiki Loves Monuments. Um, yeah, and when, for example, you look at the example I gave last year in Uganda, we had 15 participants, but only two of those were women. And if we are to really get more women involved, then as we reach out, as we organize events, that's where we have to kind of make sure that we have equal representation in terms of gender. So if we are giving out, for example, support in terms of internet data, and we have a budget for 20 people, at least make sure 10 of those that support goes to women, and 10 goes to men, so that there is if we are organizing an event and have like only 20 slots, also make sure that there is representation on who is coming to the event, um, and also things like supporting people like with internet data. So one of the things that I think is equally important is also to get organizers for events and for competitions like Wiki Lives Movement. So are women. I think more women are more likely to participate if the organizers, people who are leading the event, are also women. Um, yeah, I want to give a shout out to my friend Pepile from Zimbabwe, who started the Wiki Loves Monuments in Zimbabwe last year, and she's organizing it again this year. And I think because she's a woman, more women are more likely to participate in the competition in her country. So yeah, we need more gender representation if we are to achieve diversity, equity, and inclusion within Wiki Loves Monuments. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we could, yeah, move to the questions on the Etherpad. So, yeah, first question is for you, Jeffrey. So, they ask that do you organize transport for groups so people can join to visit remote monuments?
So the challenge with monuments in Uganda is that they are really scattered. So they are not like in one place. So if you have a group and it's visiting one monument, then um, and these monuments are like 5 hours apart, then there's a lot of time lost there. So for Wiki Loves Monuments, what we have done really is to send one person per region to go and capture monuments. But when the monuments are concentrated like in one place, then there we do group photo walks. So for example, in the capital Kampala here, there are monuments which are that's where most of the concentration of monuments are, and there we have organized the group activities, and that's where we support people in a group to go and capture monuments. But it also makes it more fun when people can go out as a group. It gets the competition more exciting because people get to interact as they contribute to Wiki Loves Monuments. So yeah, we have done that where we can, but also for sites and monuments which are very remote, then we just send one person to a particular place.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we did something similar in Ukraine via Wiki expeditions, for example, where we focused on visiting a few areas which are badly pictured on commons, not only in terms of Wikilove's monuments, but in general, which have very few pictures. We organize individual or small group trips to these regions to cover as many sites as possible. And it's also very helpful if there are like local authorities who help this or local historians.
Thank you. I think our next question is to Edar. About the retention rate, do you mean retention on Wiki after Wiki Loves Monuments or newcomers participating in Wiki Loves Monuments in the following edition?
Yeah, by retention rate, I think I put on the Etherpad as well. I define as participating in the Wiki Loves Monuments competition in another year. So if people participated last year, this year, if they participate again, so we will have a retention rate based on the number of people from last year or the years before participating again. So that's our definition.
Thank you so much. I think we are on time. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think we're cut off. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining us for the session. It was great. I think we're off air now. Are we?
Yeah, all right, everyone. Uh, Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time. Before getting started, I just want to let you know that I got a call 2 days, sorry, 3 days prior, before this event, and the result, I have a sore throat. Want to make apologize if it makes you uncomfortable. Also, apologize for the bad lighting in my room because the reason is because I have a cold. I also quarantine myself in my bedroom, and unfortunately, there isn't any good lighting, so I just use this that my desk lamp. But even that is, I think it's working and it will go well within this session. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Okay, the title of this session is Wiki Stories, a New Way to Share a Knowledge. Before I begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Bonaventura Aditya Perdana, and I'm a product ambassador for the Indonesian community working on behalf of Wikimedia Foundation. Basically, my role is to connect between Wikimedia communities, especially in my case, I'm handling the Indonesian community, and Wikimedia Foundation, also my case, is in Ugati. Uh, and the last thing, I'm actively informing the communities about updates for a certain project the Wikimedia Foundation team are working on. Yeah, for my case, it's Wikistories. Okay. Just a little information. This is slide I'm using for presenting Wikistories. This is presentation I'm using for presenting the Wikistories for the communities, Indonesian communities. And I'm not modifying it too much because the reason I said before I am getting cold and I'm not have time to fix too much. But don't worry, I made this presentation bilingual using Indonesian and English, and I will explain everything using English. So don't worry about that. Okay, let me go to the next slide. So what's the background of creating Wiki stories? Over the years, the internet has experienced a shift in the way content is presented and consumed. Also, the preference for the content format has tilted to 91% of the population choosing visual and interactive content to a traditional text-based format, which has caused approximately 65% of the people, both young and old, to identify as a visual learner. Within Wikimedia project, photos, audios, and videos improve readers' experience with Wikipedia and other free knowledge projects. Furthermore, the 2030 movement strategy discussions emphasize the equitable distribution of knowledge sharing opportunities across Wikimedia communities across the world, which inspired the exploration of Wikisource. So, what is Wikistories? Okay. Wikistories is a story creation and consumption tool in Wikimedia project for editors and readers who want to engage with visual and reliable knowledge in a quick way using mobile devices. In other words, Wikistories are tools to create a summary of knowledge using stories mode, like Instagram stories. But this is the important thing. The big difference here is, unlike Instagram stories, where you can include basically everything you want, the difference is Wikistories need information from Wikipedia articles and pictures or illustration from Wikimedia Commons. So, absolutely, you cannot add information outside Wikimedia projects to make sure the information shared on Wikistories can be traced back to Wikipedia articles or in this case, also the image or illustration from Wikimedia Commons. So basically, it all traced back to the Wikimedia projects. This is I just maybe like many people from the community I met already are concerned that Wikistories will make Wikipedia more Instagramized and it will take off its main core to provide encyclopedic information to all people. Yes, that's understandable because the reason maybe the Wikipedia will change to the visual thing and forgetting about the text and the reference thing. Basically, it's not. Those people who are concerned this will make big change in Wikipedia. Don't worry, because Wikistories is just a little additional feature on the Wikipedia articles, and it will only show on mobile view. Let's emphasize my word on mobile view, not so basically not on desktop view. Besides, this feature can be activated if you have an account first, and the second, you must activate it by yourself on the beta menu. So it will, so if you don't have an account, or if you have an account and choose not to activate it, the wiki stories will not show on your view at all. Yeah, so it's limited to the mobile view and uh, the contributors who have account and activate manually via beta menu. So it's not just like um, implemented easily. Like if you just view on Wikipedia, you will absolutely immediately solve the text, solve the wiki stories. No, not like that. You must activate it manually. Okay. Uh, Further, some wiki stories is now available in Indonesian wiki, only in Indonesian language Wikipedia so far until now. In the coming days, Wikimedia Foundation Inuka teams is collaborating with the Wikimedia Indonesia to run a campaign, more like workshop and a contest where the tools introduced to the newcomers and contributors in different Wikimedia Indonesian communities. And they will use it to add visual content. At the same time, the Inuka team learns from their experiences to better observe and evaluate the utilization of the capabilities of the tool for improvement and further enhancements. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, wiki stories are only available on mobile view, and it means you don't need any software to download it to your phone. You just open your web browser equipped within your mobile phone, and you can go get ready to create a wiki stories. Oops, sorry. Okay. Uh, why why did we make wiki stories? The reason we make wiki stories, the first thing already written on the slide. First, make all people interested in accessing Wikipedia, also other Wikimedia projects. Second, giving a chance to all people to be a Wikimedia project contributor via wiki stories. And the last thing, creating quick bite content for easy access and visually appealing. Besides that, I just want to add inform a little information. I just want to add little information. Yeah, sorry. The objective of Wiki Stories is to support contributors to curate and engage with knowledge on Wikimedia project in an experience that is image or visual led. This new form of content contribution will take into account the constraint editor in emerging digital communities when contributing content, and make it easier or more welcoming to contribute to knowledge successfully through mobile phones. The objective we would like to accomplish through the wiki stories are first, an increase in visual content will lead to increased contributor and reader engagement with encyclopedic content in emerging digital communities. And the second, understand users can create, curate, contribute, and engage with knowledge through visually driven experience. The goal with wiki stories is to provide a suitable content format alternative for subjects are not well served by long text or require advanced level of prior knowledge. The wiki stories tool will first allow users to engage with Wikimedia content both as consumer and creators in a way that match contemporary internet experiences. Second, be visually appealing, easy to contribute, and meet reader needs with visual knowledge and be shareable. Third, provide a way to quick contribution and consumption of visual knowledge from an information source that is reliable. And the last thing, reach a larger and more diverse audience, both in contributors and in readers. So, all right. Finally, we arrived at the exciting part because at this part, I will show you how this wiki stories work and activated it if you have an account on Wikimedia project. But I just said before that this wiki stories is only available in Indonesian Wikipedia, so I will demonstrate it on Indonesian Wikipedia. So maybe you can If you want to follow along my process, if you want to try it by yourself, while I'm explaining the process, you can do it too. I will explain it slowly as possible, so you can follow my step creating of the stories. Okay. Please give me a moment to let me change the screen to show my browser. Okay. One moment, please. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can see it. Okay. Apologies for hi, hello. I'm back. Apologies for the technical because the first thing I want to show you how the wiki stories process for you in using the script in my browser, but because it's not possible and it uh, it not show me on this presentation, so I will explain uh, the process using this slide only. Okay, because the first thing before you using the stories, you will obviously log into your account and activate it on the wiki stories using the using the beta option. Here, you can go to the beta and activating the wiki stories and save it. After activating it, you can create your wiki stories. So the first thing is, uh, let's say if you want to create an article about, like, for instance, a rabbit. So, did you see the plus button on the article? Yeah. For creating the story, you can add the plus button. After you click the plus button, uh, you will face s- uh, um, uh, many pictures about rabbit. And for your information, this picture is taken from the Wikimedia Commons. Okay, you can choose the many as you want, but for this instance, minimum is 2 picture and the maximum is 10. So next. Okay, after after choosing the pictures for the oh yeah, there is a 4 picture. Sorry, the 4 pictures. You can choose the first page on here. You can add the um, create a text, create a story text button on the right on the available below, and choose some text by dragging the information what you want. So and click uh, add to wiki stories. Next, yeah, after choosing, you can add, and it will show what you choose before, and um, add some text or about this. Going to next. Okay, after we getting at the text, you can, if you feel like I think the text is too long and I want to make it short to, like, it's easier to the people to consume the information. Don't worry, you can edit that text too, to make sure everything is on your own. After you adding the edit the story and add all of text to the stories, the last step are um, add the title. So it's very important to get the people know about what is this story wiki stories about, and there you go. Um, there is a new wiki stories added next to the plus button. Also, if other contributors are adding their ones too, there will be another wiki story, another stories as well. Even you have create your wiki stories, it doesn't mean you can you it doesn't mean you cannot edit it at all. Absolutely. Obviously, you can edit the wiki stories after you creating it by click the wiki stories you create on the same page. For instance, this on the same page, and you can uh, see, yeah. Um, just after you choose the wiki stories, you can click the vertical three dots. You can choose. After that, you can click edit and change the text or everything. Maybe you think it is not right, or maybe just I think it's need. If you think it needs some text, it will um, easier to can edit it to the stories as well. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Nah, because the last thing are yeah basically this is like because I cannot see the unfortunately because I cannot show the my browser to show the process of creating wiki stories. Uh, it's really hard to you to understand what the wiki stories process because you cannot see on real time. But I hope my explanation it will help you to understand the wiki stories process. So before uh, basically before ending this session, I will I will if you want to, you can fill the feedback form about the wiki stories because this form will help us to understand what the communities need and make sure make sure this tool make will help the Wikipedia and all Wikimedia projects to make abroad will make it known to all people and will help them to understand knowledge as well. So I will take uh, a moment, maybe 30 seconds to you can visit the website and fill in your thoughts, your what do you think, what do you uh, what's in your mind about Wiki stories. It will help us along. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Finally, this is the end of the session, and I want to make an apologize for the technical problem because it cannot show uh, screen my screen share to show you how to do wiki stories created. And so I will maybe you want to know more about the wiki stories. For your information, you can visit the wiki stories page on the media wiki on the link provided, and the blog post on div also provided. Okay. Also, you can contact me personally if you have any question about or anything about wiki stories. You can you can contact me via talk page or email available on this slide. Okay. Yeah. This is the end of the session. Thank you so much for you come to the session, and I appreciate it so much. And again, I apologize for the technical problem. Hopefully, this is not make like have so see you and have fun on the last day of Wikipedia 2020. Bye.
session on responsible community governance, equity, and access to mental health information on Wikimedia projects. Praveen, could you advance to the next slide? My name is Stella Ng, and I am the Senior Manager of the Trust and Safety Policy team over here at the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm currently located in San Francisco, and my pronouns are she, her. My team primarily handles the work on the UCOC, as well as work on the emergency at workflow within the foundation. And I'm very happy to be joined by quite a few panelists on my end. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over to Dr. Monica Horton and all of the other panelists to give their intro, but let's just go in the order of the panelists that are there.
Well, hello, I'm Dr. Monica Horton. I am the Policy Manager for Freedom of Expression at the Open Rights Group here in the UK. I have some 15 years experience of researching in the field of content online policy, and I have worked with the Council of Europe on freedom of expression and human rights online. I'm currently based in London, and my focus is on the Online Safety Bill, which is a new law being currently put through the Westminster Parliament, and it is with the intention of tackling harmful content online.
Awesome. Passing the mic on to Dr. Hussain. Could you give a quick intro to yourself as well before we get started?
My name is Nada Hussain.
This meeting is being recorded.
I'm a medical doctor, and I have been a Wikimedian for the last 12 years. On Wikipedia, I usually write articles related to healthcare. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, I wrote several articles related to COVID-19, particularly related to the misinformation content of COVID-19. In 2020, I also launched the Vaccine Safety Project, where I was involved in mapping and bridging the knowledge gaps related to vaccines and vaccine safety. Outside of Wikimedia, I'm a medical doctor and a radiologist working in Sweden, and I'm originally from India. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Tina, would you like to give a quick intro to yourself?
Sure. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Tina Butoyu, and I am a lawyer here at the Wikimedia Foundation. Most of my work focuses on harmful content. Recently, I've also been working on the UK Online Safety Bill, and I also work on producing the biannual transparency report.
And then so sorry, everyone who is viewing the slides. We are missing one panelist. Praveen, could you please give a quick intro to yourself as well?
Yep. Hi, everyone. I'm Praveen Das. I'm a senior partnerships manager for South Asia region, and I'm based in Lucknow. Most of my partnership focus currently in this region, and primarily I'm close to mental health. Hence, I'll be talking something today about.
Thank you so much. All right, just want to take a brief pause to let attendees know you guys can submit questions at any time during this session, and we will be trying to get to as many questions as we can. I have the Etherpad open in another tab, so I will be looking at that throughout the presentation. But with that, let's advance to the next slide. All right, let's talk legal definitions of harmful content and access to information. I'd love to hear from Dr. Horton just about your experience legally with harmful content and what types of definitions you would say fall under that scope. You're muted, just as a quick FYI.
Sorry.
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much, Stella, for that introduction. Although you might think it is easy to define harmful content, it is actually quite difficult to define it in a way that is legally watertight. And in the UK, I think we are struggling with this a bit. We have a proposed new law, which is called the Online Safety Bill, and it introduces a concept of harm in relation to online content, and it asks online platforms and other internet services to remove or take down or restrict that content. So it's quite important how we define it. But when you ask what it means, the first thing you actually get is a long list. And the list may include things like eating disorders, anorexia, suicide, online abuse. The harmful content is actually divided into two categories, but these are legal categories. So in one context, you're talking about illegal content, so content that is against the law, content that reflects a criminal offence. And illegal content is defined by criminal defences in UK law, and there are some 28 criminal offences altogether that the law specifies. These 28 offences include harassment and stalking, financial fraud, terrorism, child sexual abuse, and assisting suicide, and also assisting illegal immigration. So you can see quite a wide variety of things, not a lot of definition though. The other content, type of harmful content is often referred to as legal but harmful content. This is content which is not covered under criminal law, but is nevertheless considered harmful, and where the government considers it desirable that the online platforms remove this content or restrict it or restrict the user's accounts in some way. So in this context, you get eating disorders, online abuse, anorexia, and what is defined as legal suicide. But nowhere do we actually see what this content looks like in a Facebook post or a Twitter post or Instagram post. There are no guidelines on how the platforms should actually identify this content. And so the law should tell the platforms what exactly they are supposed to be taking down, but it doesn't. And similarly, the users need to know what it is they can and cannot say, but in fact, they don't know that. There's not a lot more definition than what I've given you here. And for example, if you look at the illegal content for assisting suicide, you get told that it is Section 2 of the 1961 Suicide Act, which is about assisting or encouraging suicide. And that's it. But what does that post look like? What's supposed to be taken down? What is it that you're allowed to say? We still don't really know. One of the big problems that comes up is when you're talking about linked content, because as you know, users on social media generally like to link to content. They might link to Wikipedia and say, here's something that you ought to know in this post. But the question really is, how are these links treated? So for example, if they are taking down the content put up by the actual platform, or are they taking down content put up by a user of that platform? And therefore, what does that mean? What you tend to find is that when platforms decide to take something down, they don't just take it down in one place, they take it down everywhere they can possibly find it, using AI to identify it. And this raises real concerns for the sites who are being linked to a lot. So any sites that rely on links for people to find them, which might be Wikipedia, or it might be your source material in Wikipedia. How do those websites and source sites know that their content is being removed or demoted or restricted in some way? And what can they do about it? At the moment, the law actually says very little about that.
Interesting. I wanted to follow up on a point that you just made, just because you're bringing up a lot of examples in which the definition isn't very clear or slightly amorphous. Based on your experience working on this, how do legal definitions align or conflict with the right to freedom of expression globally, just given it is a bit ambiguous?
In this case, it is deeply problematic because I will take the right to freedom of expression under the European Convention on Human Rights, which is the one I'm most familiar with. And on the European Convention, you have a two-way right. So you have a right to express yourself, but you also have a right to access information on the one hand. And you also, when you, under Article 10.2 of the Convention, so Article 10 is the right to freedom of expression. Article 10 has a second paragraph, Article 2, part which talks about how states should go about restricting content if they are going to do so. And it is actually very clear. It says the law must be clear and precise as to what it is you are restricting. The law should define clearly. And in courts, that's sometimes actually defined as precise URL. So when you get this very broad stuff, like you get a criminal offense where we don't know what it actually looks like in terms of content, that becomes problematic, because how is the platform supposed to know what is that offense? And I have an example from another area, which is terrorism content, where our reviewer of terrorism here in the UK, he said, look, you've got somebody giving a training in rifle shooting online. Now, that could be somebody training someone with a view to them undertaking a terrorist activity, but also it could be something completely innocent. It could be just a sports club that does rifle shooting, and it's legal, and it's okay. So how does the platform, though, supposed to define between those two things? So that is where we end up with the problem. The law wants it to be clear and precise. Human rights law wants it to be clear and precise. This law, the Online Safety Bill, is very, very far from being clear and precise.
Interesting. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Tina. I mean, based on these definitions, how does it conflict with emerging research on what is harmful to readers?
Yeah, so it's tricky because in the Online Safety Bill, harm includes both physical and psychological harm that amounting to at least serious distress. But we know from emerging research that cross-culturally harm is what qualifies as harm across cultures and languages, as well as lived experiences, is different. And how people in different countries and across cultures rate the severity of harm of certain content, it also differs. So for example, in the US, we know pro-anorexia content is problematic, as based on and we've seen how Instagram misuse their algorithms from the Frances Hogan revelations. But Americans perceive pro-anorexia content as less severe than other types of content. That's where it gets complicated. But in other countries, I think in Southeast Asia, suicide-related content is higher on severity than in the US. So one of the issues with online safety legislation globally is that regulators with a particular bias and perspective are charged with enforcing these laws and may have blind spots with respect to the types of harms recognized and experienced by folks around the world.
Interesting. I want to drill a bit more into that. I mean, what principles does the foundation take into consideration related to harmful content?
So what we have is at the foundation is, as you all know, the foundation is based in the US. So US law always applies, and we'll take into account the laws of California and Florida, since we're headquartered in California.
So sorry, Tina, if we could slow down a bit. It looks like we've gotten a comment in chat that it's a bit fast at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much, Natasha. So the way we evaluate harmful content or whether an international law applies to us as the Wikimedia Foundation, since we are a US-based organization, is applying 3 factors. One, we evaluate the law at issue and see if it applies to the specific case and whether geographic jurisdiction also applies. Next, we evaluate whether the case presents a risk to the foundation or the movement. And these risks include, but are not limited to, risks to editor safety, risks of project blocking or similar technical disruption, and also monetary risks. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, we conduct a human rights analysis. So we evaluate whether whether a law conflicts with existing human rights norms in accordance with our human rights policy.
Interesting. How effective are community moderation processes? Just brief pause. Natasha, am I going too fast for you as well? Would you like for me to slow down?
No, it's not you, it's Tina, because what she says is very interesting to me as a Wikipedia editor, to know how the foundation evaluates harmful content. And she starts slowly, but then it goes very, very quickly. And I'm not used to American accent. I'm used to the English accent. So I have problems understanding Americans when they speak. If it goes too quickly, sorry, I'm really sorry to pester you. And probably there are other people from other countries who would not be as bold as me and daring to say, go speak fast.
Well, thank you so much for that feedback, everyone. This is why it's important that we have feedback from community members from around the world, because sometimes we're not aware of what we do just automatically. My apologies for, no worries. I really appreciate that. And it actually highlights why we need to have an ongoing conversation about harmful content. Is sometimes we edit or we do things in ways that make sense to us without realizing that others around the world may experience maybe the way we speak or what we say differently. So I'm actually really glad that you brought this up, Natasha. So the main point of how we evaluate harmful content is, one, we evaluate the law. Everything is done on a case-by-case basis. So we look at a complaint, and then we examine the law itself, often with the help of outside counsel, local expert outside counsel. And we see if the law applies, but also if we're subject to a country's jurisdiction. Next, we also just look at what risks. Do we have folks on the ground? Do we have assets? What risks does a complaint or an issue bring to us, present to the foundation? And then third, we're always committed to human rights. And that's why we conduct a human rights analysis. And if we identify that law conflicts with human rights, then we will take that into account whether we comply or not. Again, each case is evaluated we make these evaluations on a case-by-case basis, so it's hard to predict when we will take content down. But I think the most important part is to realize that we do take into account human rights, and when we're looking at online safety legislation, that is something that our public policy and global advocacy team very much work with regulators and legislators to address.
All right, we've gotten a question in from the chat. Could you please drill down or explain a bit more about human rights analysis?
Yes, so our human rights policy came out last year in 2021, and Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights says individuals have the right to access information and to share and impart information. We also recognize the right to privacy, which is essential to the right to, which is part of the right to freedom of expression. So if you see our transparency report, thank you so much, Rebecca, for sharing the link to our policy. That's where we go in more in depth. We take into account how community members and how the foundation's human rights will be affected when evaluating whether to comply with the law. And when it comes to privacy, we collect very little data, but in some countries where there's heavy surveillance, we do our best to protect the rights of our users over there.
Thank you so much, Tina. Just noting to all of the attendees, I am keeping a track of the questions that are being asked on Etherpad. We will be going over those at the end of the session. And if we do not have the time to reach your question, we will try to answer it asynchronously. Praveen, next slide, please. All right, with this, I'd like to drill down deeper into Wikimedia projects as a global resource for mental health information. Dr. Hussein, I'd love for you to get started on this. Just based on your personal and professional experiences, how would you describe mental health and suicide and how they're perceived in different countries?
Yeah, from my experience, I could definitely say that how suicide is perceived depends on your background, your culture, and where you come from. We have some previous research showing that when it comes to gender, in countries where there is so much patriarchal influence, women are more likely to try to end their life and think about suicide ideation. And how you perceive suicide also depends on which culture you come from. There are cultures where you are stigmatized overtly. You are just stigmatized just for ideating related to suicide. And there are also some subcultures where suicide is glorified when your suicide is for a greater good, perhaps for spreading the ideology or committing or ending your own life as a part of a holy war and so forth. And there are certain religions where it's absolutely forbidden to take your own life. And in some cultures, or in the people with lower socioeconomical status, we know that social and economic challenges often lead them to think about ending their own life. So how you perceive suicide is a multifaceted and a very complex issue. And I think it has very different, depending upon where you come from and what do you, your background, there is a lot of difference in the way you perceive it. When it comes to Wikimedia, you have just one article. You have like one article about one aspect of suicide. Say if you take the article about suicide on English Wikipedia, you probably are likely to write in a way that is suitable for the Western audience. And I would like for the article to be more diverse when it comes to like addressing the challenges of people from all backgrounds and cultures.
I want to drill down on something you mentioned about stigmatization, just in one of the first points you brought up. So research has stated, specifically the WHO or the World Health Organization has stated that raising or addressing stigma and raising awareness is important to preventing suicide. They've also stated that improving community and online environments can help improve child and adolescent mental health. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Definitely. I think there is so much that Wikipedia can do. I think the Wikimedia movement can do in terms of like raising awareness related to suicide. We are the largest health-related we are the largest encyclopedia in the world, and we also have the largest health-related encyclopedia content. So I think, and we are also one of the most visited healthcare-related information on the internet. So this gives us some responsibility when it comes to providing content to our readers, because anything that we write out there, it could be like shared and amplified in different ways. So we have to be very careful about what we are presenting in terms of what articles we show to our readers. So I would like for more expert involvement in this area, so that Wikimedia content is more and more reliable and updated. I would like for the knowledge gaps on Wikipedia to be fixed, so that when people look for information and they don't see it on Wikipedia, I don't want them to go further and go into other websites that provide them misinformation. I would also like for Wikipedia articles not to be overtly academic. We are, as Wikimedians, we are very interested in writing everything in a very academic way. But when it comes to suicide, I think we also have to think about writing in a person-centered way, so that we take into account of the emotional challenge that is also gone through by people who have attempted to take their own life. We also want our articles to be written in a holistic way, not to focus overtly on how a person tried to end their own life, or focus overtly on the graphic graphic content of how a certain person ended their life and so forth. So when we write an article about, say, by a person who ended their life, we have to be very careful about how we describe it in a person-centered way, so that the readers it's possible for the readers to understand the fact, but not overtly to focus it in a way that helps, a way that promotes them to actually take their own life as well. So these are some of the thoughts that I have about this.
Thank you so much for providing your thoughts. I mean, just going into a bit more detail, I want to give Praveen a moment to speak. Praveen, if you'd like to weigh in, what role do you think Wikimedia projects more broadly have to address stigma and raise awareness about mental health and suicide?
Okay, I think when it comes to Wikipedia, as Dr. Hussain mentioned, it is one of the most frequently visited resource for health information on internet. And it's a global source of seeking mental health information. But then again, when it comes to suicide and self-harm, these are very complex issues, which is caused by mixed, factors. So as part of the project and as part of, responsible community, I think we should be more, sympathetic, and also be very cautious while writing anything related to suicide and suicide prevention, and build more repositories of mental health on Wikimedia projects in general, be it Wikimedia Commons or Wikipedia. Textual and image repositories are going to help build more resources for seeking seeking help, for those people who wanted to commit suicide.
Thank you so much. What do you think are the challenges in doing this or implementing this?
I think there are a wide variety of challenge when it comes to mental health. These are a very sensitive topic, and we may need more editors from the background who understand mental health very well, or we can organize some workshops to encourage and encourage participation to learn more about mental health, so that the communities they themselves can write really well. Also, other challenges are in general, so lack of research in third world countries. So when it comes to when it comes to developed countries, there would be more initiatives towards mental health. But when it comes to not so developed countries, there are not very much active non-profits or government taking action towards self-harm. So content specific to those countries are missing. And why would we need those information? Because the reason of self-harm in different countries are different. We need to understand those reasons and identify the resources which is needed to convey, convey. And for that, a detailed research is required. Hence, the bigger challenge is to the lack of individuals, lack of experts in writing the content. And the second one currently is lack of resources too.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing that there's quite a few questions bubbling up in the chat, and I saw that there was one regarding guidelines. Tina, would you like to weigh in here? You are muted.
Hi, could you repeat the question? Which one? We have several.
I'm looking at the question from Natasha from 4:09 a.m. my time. Would there be guidelines somewhere on how to write about suicide? And just keep a note to everyone on the Etherpad and also on the channel. I am documenting all the notes. We are trying to prioritize what intersects.
Yes, so we actually do have notes and guidelines on how to write about suicide, and we will share those too with folks who are interested. Our emails are on so my email is on the page, the event page. I'll drop it here. But yeah, just send me an email and I will send the guidelines to folks who want them.
All right, thank you, Tina. Before we move into the next slide, I want to give a moment, Praveen, for you to chat about the SPIF Foundation Paint Your Blues campaign and the impact on raising awareness about mental health and suicide in India and around the world.
Sure. Paint Your Blues was a campaign started by Suicide Prevention India Foundation. It's an India-based nonprofit working, in terms of building more awareness related to mental health and encouraging people to seek help. One of the issues which we have seen is people don't seek help when it comes to mental health. There's a big stigma around that. And especially after COVID-19, the issue of stress, anxiety is high in the society. So we identified this as one of the opportunities where we could work with an organization who are really active on ground in creating content and identifying the gap in general. So as a result, we thought it would be a campaign where we could gather images. We can generate images through different artists by working with them in general. And we know that a single image can convey 1,000 words and has a power to increase awareness, spur people to action, and change opinions. So when it comes to mental health imageries or even the content, both are both lacks in Wiki world in general. Images have a large influence on attitude formation and perception of views, but most images promote negative stereotypes, what is currently circulating on internet, reinforce stigma and discouraging mental health conversation, and hinder self-seeking. So Art for Good was a campaign that kickstarted in December 2021 with an ambitious aim to build the world's largest repository of mental health imagery. Basically, we built these imageries with the help of artists. There were more than 50 artists across India who participated and have created more than 100 imageries. The imageries, the art which is currently shown, in this presentation, is the outcome from Art for Good campaign. And basically, these were created so that this can be free to download, distribute. Images will seek, to leverage the popularity of memes, cartoons, illustration, infographics, and also the enduring powers of photos to support text-based narrative, which is there in Wikipedia. And it is highly encouraged, in India, to the media industry to use these arts and not use the graphic, picture to depict suicide, to show mental health or mental illness in general.
Thank you so much, Raveen. Before moving to the next slide, I would like to ask a question that was bubbled up on the chat. What about establishing a free psychological line for all Wikimedians like Wikimedia France does? This helped a lot during lockdown, especially for underrepresented minorities. Tina, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. So it's kind of tricky because we have readers around the world. So when we try to help our community, we try to help our global community. I know, Stella, maybe you can speak to the trust and safety resources and peer support work that's happening around the world. I'm not personally familiar with the Wikimedia France example, but we're definitely interested to hear more. So again, I'm happy to drop my email for if someone would like to chat more about this.
All right. Natasha, would you like to weigh in with a few words about Wikimedia France before I give some details into our emergency workflow?
Yes. So because there was quite a lot of problems for underrepresented communities, and that was a lot of LGBT persons on the Francophone Wikipedia, Wikimedia France established a psychological support, first as a test for 4 months, I think, with a psychologist who knew about LGBT questions in general. That was pretty much used. And now it has established a 24-hour round-the-clock service where any person contributing to the Francophone community or member of Wikimedia France can call, take an appointment, and get psychological support. So I'm not speaking about readers. I'm not speaking about readership there, but people who contribute. And if we want a better representation of minorities and underrepresented communities throughout the world, we have to bear in mind that these people are often the subject of microaggressions, which might not be labeled as cyber harassment or harassment and might fall beneath the red line, but can be very, very bearing in the long run, which is why having a service addressing these issues is really helpful, I think.
I can weigh in a bit about how we currently provide resources for people who are going through mental health crises or just episodes in general. Right now, Trust and Safety maintains a 24-hour emergency at protocol in which writers, contributors, or Wikipedians are encouraged to write in if they observe behavior that could become evidence of real-time harm or like physical harm offline, as well as just threats in general. A lot of what we receive in that workflow does have to do with suicide or self-harm. So we receive an email in which we believe a user is in real and present danger or maybe self-harming. We will work to interpret what the harm is, and then based on research, send it to the appropriate law enforcement agency within their region. I'm glad to hear the community is working on this. We also know that some languages of Wikipedia have added suicide hotlines, and that is really great to hear. With that said, let's move into the next slide, Praveen. All right, let's talk about health misinformation on Wikimedia projects. I'd love to start off with Dr. Horton and your experience working on health misinfo as well as disinformation and the differences. Just first off, as I mentioned just now, the words misinformation and disinformation are used interchangeably. Could you briefly explain to our audience what the difference between those two things are?
Yes, thank you very much, Stella. Yes, I mean, if we're talking about misinformation, you're talking about deliberately false information, or perhaps you're even talking about somebody who, it could be even somebody who's made an error, who doesn't understand that what they said is actually wrong, or unintentionally said something wrong. If you're talking about disinformation, it's a much more deliberate thing, and it's also a little bit more sinister. Disinformation does not have to be necessarily false, but it seeks to divide and confuse. It seeks to basically insert into a sentence of or a series of what may be rational information. It will insert something that is deliberately there to confuse, which may be false, or it may simply be a wrong direction. Certainly, that's how I would differentiate between the two. I don't know if that was what you were expecting.
No, that was great. Based on my limited experience with misinfo and disinfo, it tracks of like experience that I have. The other thing that I've heard is that it's used to deliberately elicit a strong emotion or a call to action for information that might be intentionally or unintentionally false. So it could be that you're sharing it and you don't intentionally mean for it to be fake, but it could also be you're sharing it because you intentionally know that the information is not rooted in reality. Just going deeper into that, what are some effective ways to address this problem, either misinformation or disinformation?
Okay, if I can state a little bit more then about the, I'll talk more about the disinformation. If we're talking about somebody who is deliberately trying to, as you say, either elicit a reaction, but in the way that you've described, or somebody who is deliberately trying to slip in an untruth to get somebody confused, to get someone to believe something that may be actually false, but they wanted them to believe it as true. And when the point being that when people are confused or when they are divided, which is the other thing disinformation does, disinformation will tend to, is part of what we call culture wars. So it's trying to find an enemy out there, maybe a fake enemy, but somebody that people can see as an enemy and therefore get take on a viewpoint that they wouldn't otherwise take. And when people are confused and divided, they start to doubt the information that they get. So even when the truth is then staring them in the face, they start to doubt it, they don't believe it, and they may act accordingly. And this is certainly an experience that we've had here in the UK, and I will just briefly talk about COVID here, where we have seen this become in the context of political organisation. So we have seen the same accounts who will tweet or post COVID disinformation, who will also be posting on political issues here in the UK. They tend to be the pro-Brexit accounts here, and they also have been linked to climate change denial accounts. So what we have noted is that there's some kind of organised disinformation here around, in this case, around COVID and health. It's potentially different from what you sometimes hear when you hear that people have posted about, drinking bleach, for example, will cure COVID, which is clearly false. This is not what I'm really talking about here. I am talking about a deliberate attempt to kind of subvert people's thoughts. And it looks like it could be coming from an organized direction. I just wanted to sort of highlight that. I think the way to address it, one of the most effective ways to address it is to challenge it and to call it out and to repeat the truth. And that is quite difficult because it doesn't always appear in a straightforward way. It appears randomly in people's timelines. So how do you do that? By maybe responding to those posts when you see them, and challenging them and calling out what they're saying and calling out the falsehoods and the lies and the distortions in that information, and informing people with the truth is the other way to do it. In terms of a policy response, it's very tricky because you then get back into the situation of, well, how does the law decide how it's going to deal with this stuff? If you're dealing with the content, then the law would have to actually deal with the organized side of it, I think. That's a personal view rather than the actual content as it appears online.
Okay, I would love to hear a bit about the intersection of this from Dr. Hussein. Given your training as a physician and neuroscientist, could you describe your work on COVID-19 misinformation and how the community came together to address it, given the scientific community knew so little about it initially? I'd love to hear about that from your specific lens.
So COVID-19, it was a healthcare emergency, and it was a new disease, and the scientific community knew too little about it. There were no textbooks, there were no past guidelines that we could use to tackle the pandemic. So the situation was kind of a chaos when people see that their loved ones have the disease and they don't have enough information about it, even from the institutions. The World Health Organization, the CDC, and different governments tried to put out as much information as possible, but then there was so much unknown about the pandemic. So this created a kind of panic among people, and people wanted to just try to get whatever information they could about the pandemic. And the first thing what regular people with internet access do is to go to the internet and check what this is about. And then sooner or later, they would land upon Wikipedia, because we are one of the largest providers of healthcare information on the internet. And on Wikipedia, they could just see the current status of how scientific information evolves around COVID-19, which I think was a great resource, because at that time, because due to the panic that's happening all over the world, people were really in need of information. And we had a bunch of really very good experts, plus a lot of other editors and experienced Wikimedians coming together and writing articles and updating articles related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And at points we had very high view, when we looked at the view statistics of certain COVID-19 articles, it was like a record number of views that these articles related to COVID-19 got, not just in English, but also in several regional languages. We do have like more than 200 languages, we do have articles related to COVID-19. And these articles are still being developed by our editors. And I think that it just really showed how powerful our community is when it comes to like coming together and building something very quickly by using content from all over the world in multiple languages. And this is something which even large institutions cannot like accomplish to do. It's only something that a crowdsourced enterprise like Wikipedia can do. And I'm really proud of the work that the whole community has done when it comes to COVID-19. And when it comes to my own work, I mostly focused on the knowledge gaps related to COVID-19. So the larger articles related to COVID-19, they were taken care of. But when you talk about different socio-economic aspects of COVID-19, such as mental health in COVID-19, you did not have a specific article for that. Then I just went in and created that article and worked on it, giving country-related specifics on how mental health mental health is being affected in India related to COVID-19, for example. So dividing it in terms of how it happens in different countries. I also wrote about stigma related to COVID-19. So I wrote all these satellite articles which were not given so much attention at that moment because it was the main COVID-19 related articles that were being edited by a very many number of people. When it came to misinformation, I have a story to share. One day I was just looking through the newspaper and I saw that there was an Indian family which ate a poisonous fruit, thinking that it would prevent them from getting COVID-19. And they got this information from social media. So I knew that there was a lot of misinformation circulating because at that time I was practicing as a doctor in a primary care setup, and I would see a lot of patients, and all of them would have their own ideas of how COVID-19 is transmitting, and thus like eating garlic help prevent COVID-19, or so people had a lot of assumptions on how COVID-19 is spreading and the treatment methods that are used for that. So then I understood that misinformation is a real thing and we need to do something related to that. And that was how I went into writing misinformation related articles about COVID-19. And now we do have some really good content related to misinformation, but I think that what we have is only a tip of the iceberg, because there is only so much that we can find related to misinformation that is surfacing on the internet, but there is much more that is being shared privately on social media. And right now we only have misinformation related articles in a bunch of languages. We do really need more of those articles in many different languages that Wikipedia has. And similarly, this was also the case with vaccination information when government started rolling out COVID-19 vaccines and started vaccinating people. People were just so confused as to whether to take the vaccine or not, or whether they should like take the booster doses or which commercial product they have to use. There were different companies offering different kinds of vaccines. So then at that time on Wikipedia, it was very important to make sure that the vaccine related articles are updated, and also to map the existing knowledge gaps related to vaccines and vaccine safety, and show the current scientific information related to safety of vaccines and efficacy of vaccines. So this was also something that I worked with. And coming back to your question about how my background helped in this venture, I'm trained as a medical doctor and I have a PhD in neuroscience. And I also had a lot of experience writing similar Wikipedia articles before. So when all this experience came together, it felt very natural for me to go ahead and create all these articles so as to help people educate more about the pandemic as well as COVID, as well as the vaccines at that time. But on other days, I usually write about whatever that interests me. I have also worked related to the gender gap and improving the content of biographies of female persons on Wikipedia. But when an emergency came, I just hopped in and did what was needed at that time. And I think this is very this is what most Wikimedians do. When they think that there is something that's happening, there's a knowledge gap that needs to be fixed, they just come in and they coordinate with each other. They create wiki projects and they work together and build something awesome that people cannot individually do by themselves. And I think I really want to show, I'm really proud of the power of collaboration that we have in the Wikimedia movement.
All right, one last question before we move to the next topic. You touched on this quite a bit in your answer previously, just about proactively creating content where it didn't exist in order to battle the misinfo and disinfo that was prevalent across the entire web during the onset of the pandemic. But I wanted to just drill in a bit more there. As a Wikipedian, how would you describe misinformation on projects with respect to health information and other important issues such as the gender gap? So taking a step back from COVID and thinking about other topics, what is your take on that?
We do have disinformation and misinformation on Wikimedia. I think when it comes to main articles related to say COVID-19 or stroke or Alzheimer's disease, there are a lot of people editing, there are a lot of people watching that article. So it's less likely that misinformation content comes in and sticks in there. But when it comes to articles that are not so popular, not so read by a lot of people, there can be misinformation which is there. And this could probably stick on because not many experts are reading that article very often, and not many editors are updating that article. And the disinformation that we see on Wikipedia could be a propaganda. There are people who want to show that, say, vaccines are causing autism, and they want to push their propaganda, and they're using Wikipedia to use unreliable references and try and insert that in vaccine-related articles to show that vaccines are potentially harmful. And there is misinformation where people give undue weight to actual facts. So some vaccines contain traces of aluminum, and people would give undue weight to that fact just to show that probably vaccines are not that safe and so forth. And there are also some people who are just playfully editing. They're just playful, and they just want to edit and delete parts of articles. They just want to put in their own names. They want to vandalize content. So there is this kind of misinformation also happening. And on the other hand, there are also very innocent people who really want to give information to the world, but on the other hand, they are having false information in their arsenal. So they really do believe that vaccines are lethal, and they want to sincerely spread that information to the rest of the world, and they use Wikipedia for that. So regardless of the intention, if it's misinformation on Wikipedia, then we have this we are being peer reviewed every day on Wikipedia. There are people who are reading it, and anybody can edit Wikipedia. And if you see that there is a misinformation out there, you could actually go in and challenge that information on the talk page, or you could remove that information right away. So we do have really very good policies on Wikipedia to tackle misinformation. But when it comes to articles that are not given so much eyeballs, in articles which are not read that often, there could be misinformation that is creeping in. And I think this is where many volunteer editors have to focus. We could watch list some of the articles so that if any new changes happen on vaccine related or COVID-19 related articles, we could revert that changes made by that particular editor. We could also track the behavior of editors who have been regularly vandalizing articles. We could use technology to find out which of the edits done by a certain editor is harmful and which of the edits are good. We could have groups in communities where we discuss about misinformation policies and how we effectively tackle the misinformation problem. And we could also have repositories of reliable sources where we could cross-check and see that, look, this is a reliable resource and this is not. So there is so much work that should be done on Wikipedia in order to tackle the misinformation pandemic. But when you compare Wikipedia with the rest of the internet, say social media, we are far ahead, and we have since we started in 2001, we have been facing the misinformation problem, and the rest of the world identified this problem much later. And we were tackling disinformation like as early as in 2001 when the World Trade Center collapse happened. And the rest of the world was actually following the Wikipedia's example of like finding reliable sources and tackling vandalism. So we have done a good job, but I think we have to keep evolving and use technology and our volunteer workforce to better tackle more misinformation.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Very appreciated, and very good to hear that it looks like we've been on the forefront of tackling misinformation for quite a long time. Let's advance to the next slide. I'd love to hear about best practices about writing health information versus Wikimedia policies. Praveen, would love to hear from you first. Could you tell us about the role internet resources like Wikimedia projects have in preventing individuals from dying by suicide?
Yep. Share. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So, yeah, I just wanted to quote World Health.
So sorry, it seems like we're having a bit of audio issues, Praveen. I'm unfortunately unable to hear you. I'm going to give it a brief pause. We all know the internet is quite a beast to tackle, especially in these online spaces. Praveen, we will come back to you. I'd like to pivot over to Dr. Hussain to talk about techniques or lessons to address COVID-19 and gender misinformation and how that applies to the overall picture of mental health information on the Wikimedia projects. Could you give some thoughts there?
I think there is a lot that we can do on Wikipedia in terms of writing in a person-centered way, in a way that is not overtly too academic, in a way that resonates with the reader. I have some experience in doing this from my work related to gender gap. So we had the first step in here is to identify the writing style that we are adopting to write suicide-related articles. So when it came to gender gap, there was a lot of research that showed how we differently portray men and women, how we usually give undue weight to women when it comes to their marriage and their family. But when it comes to men, we mostly write about their career and their achievements. When it comes to women, we usually tended to write more about to generalize stuff, and when we wrote about men, we usually gave more weightage to we did not assume things about them, and we just gave them the benefit of doubt. So there were so many differences in the way we wrote articles, which was evident in the research that came afterwards. And in the light of this research, we created guidelines about how to write about women. And now I think after like 10 to 15 years of doing this kind of work, it just feels plain wrong to write differently about women. So it has been inculcated into our culture, and we are more aware of how not to discriminate when we write articles, even though that came unconsciously earlier on. So now we are consciously trying to not write differently about women. I think the same approach can be done when it comes to writing about suicide-related articles. There are very many organizations that provide guidelines about how to write about suicide in a person-centered way. And we could incorporate all these guidelines into our Wikimedia when we write about suicide-related content on Wikimedia. When we write about biographies, it would be important to focus more about the person. Say, if we are writing about a person who ended their life, we should not give undue weight to that particular incident, and we should more focus on the person. And we should also not give more, we should not also not sensationalize suicide related content, but just give plain descriptions about what has happened. We should not provide overtly graphic descriptions of how some person ended their life. We should just say the plain truth and in very simple words. I think we should also remember that Wikipedia is not there to to be a memorial site, just to provide, just to show that this person died of suicide, but we have to more focus about their accomplishments, on what else they have done in their life and so forth. So there is a lot that we can do in terms of creating guidelines to write on content related to suicide. And right now, we already have a lot of policies in place. We have the policy of having the putting only verifiable content on Wikipedia, so we can avoid taking all these articles from these news channels which sensationalize suicide. We could if only we only use verifiable content on Wikipedia, I think a lot of the problem is solved in that way. Just that the verifiable sources are usually very particular about using person-centered language. And so the policies that we already have on Wikipedia are really very good. We just have to build on those policies to create guidelines to write about suicide on Wikipedia. And I think we need more interest from the volunteer community to participate in creating these guidelines. We already have draft and framework of all these guidelines from the Wikimedia Foundation, but we need more participation from the volunteer side to build up this. When it came to gender gap, the field that I worked before, there was a lot of volunteer participation in the end, and there is still a lot of editathons, a lot of discussions, still researchers that is happening in this area. And I want the same to happen when it comes to suicide and mental health related content as well.
Thank you so much. Before we move to the next topic, Tina, would you like to weigh in on the question that was originally for Praveen? Could you tell us about the role internet resources like Wikimedia projects have in preventing individuals from dying by suicide?
Yes. So as Dr. Hussein mentioned, Wikipedia is one of the most visited health information sites online. And research shows that, it's important that content moderation policies, I'm going to speak a little bit more broadly now, should be developed with local perspectives and in local terms, because people have different understandings of harm based on their lived experience. So the wonderful thing about Wikipedia is that, and Wikimedia projects generally, is that they're available in 300 languages. We have people from around the world with different lived experiences, editing, challenging different points of view, and really making sure that articles are supported by reliable sources. So I think, as research changes, having a community that's committed to accuracy and neutrality and sharing what they experience as harm is critical to addressing mental health around the world. In light of COVID-19, there's been a renewed interest in mental health. There's been more research, and now is really an opportunity where the community can do what it does best, follow the sources and challenge whatever notions of harm legislators or platforms and possibly even researchers themselves. Again, we don't have as much, as Praveen was mentioning earlier, we don't have as much research from the Global South. So challenging some of those notions.
Thank you so much, Tina. Let's advance over to the next slide. All right, I'd like to open the floor for all the panelists. What do you think is the role of the projects with respect to mental health information? Let's start with you, Dr. Horton. Unfortunately, we're having some audio. Okay, I can hear you now. Perfect.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, okay. The role of the projects with regard to mental health information. I mean, it sounds. I mean, that you certainly do have a very important role in bringing, I was going to say, bringing clarity which sounds a bit like legalistic jargon, but I think just listening to Dr. Hussain just now and the way that you use, for example, verifiable sources, with the way the amount of detail that you go into here, because I think it's about the way that you can challenge the disinformation and the misinformation out there is about by providing the truth and by providing accurate information that people can also find. And so I think that may well be your most important role.
Thank you so much, Dr. Horton. Dr. Hussain, what about you? Any final thoughts?
I would just amplify 3 points that I took, that I have been saying in the previous conversations. First, we need more research for mapping knowledge gaps related to mental health. We do have a lot of articles, they are scattered everywhere, and we need to specifically map what defects we have in each of these articles and try to fix them. Secondly, we need solid guidelines related to suicide-related content and mental health-related content as well. We do have very good policies in place, but we don't really have guidelines about how to approach mental health and suicide-related articles. So with the participation of the volunteers, we need to provide some solid guidelines, just as we have done in terms of our gender gap-related projects. We really need a community to take over this issue and create some guidelines for editors to think about when they write about mental health and suicide-related content. Thirdly, we need more volunteer participation in this area, including expert participation. Our volunteers, most of them, they might not be experts in mental health, but they are very interested in that area and they write articles. And we also have a small group of experts who also contribute to these articles. We need more expert participation so that our articles are more structured and they are more understandable to a general audience, and they are presented in with a diverse, enriched content. We also need volunteers in different languages to write articles related to mental health in our 300 plus languages. I have been editing in Malayalam language Wikipedia, which is my mother tongue, and there is too little content related to mental health in Malayalam language. So we need editors in all different languages to amplify the content related to mental health, as well as to provide expert advice and expert input into all these articles so that they remain verifiable and up to date.
Thank you so much. Praveen and Tina, could you also give your thoughts?
Sure. I think in this world where internet usage is growing exponentially, and people are seeking health information online, I think there's a great role for the community to come forward, and build a mental health repository, not just in English, but as Dr. Hussain said, in all regional languages. I think with this, communities have an opportunity to increase access to knowledge on mental health and suicide prevention as a key impact subject.
Thank you so much. Tina, how about you?
Okay, so writing about mental health responsibly is a complex task. So we're not going to solve this issue in this panel, but regulators and governments around the world are trying to be direct, police harmful content. And some of this content includes important health information. Unfortunately, they're taking the same approach that larger tech companies have taken, is apply a policy often based in the US to communities around the world instead of taking the perspective of communities into account. So my takeaway from this is that Wikipedians, keep doing what you're doing, stay curious, follow the sources, challenge what governments around the world say, but also be mindful of emerging research that identifies some content as being indeed harmful, and explore the tensions between censorship and best practices, and be sure to be mindful of how what we write on Wikipedia may affect those that you may not have thought would have been affected.
All right, before we use the last 5 minutes to open up for questions, Praveen, I would like to give you the floor to talk about your work with Art for Good.
Thank you, Stella. As I mentioned before, Art for Good was a campaign inviting all the artists in India to come forward and create art around mental health, which can detox and destigmatize the behavior of not seeking help. And in collaboration with Suicide Prevention India Foundation, we reached out to the artist communities in India. There are more than 50 artists who participated, who understand mental health from a background of psychology, to someone who has seen loss in the family or who was going through the mental health state themselves, have participated in this context and this campaign to build image repository which is available on Commons for all. So that was all, and moreover with this initiative, I think it is one of the examples which we wanted to do, which we wanted to set with the communities, where we work with different partners who are engaging day in and day out on mental health and suicide prevention specific topic, and they have got great expertise in these areas, and somehow at this collaboration we are able to build our information repositories with the help of collaborations, with the help of collaboration between two different communities and organization. I think we can build more information around mental health and suicide prevention on Wiki projects in general, which will be useful for people.
Thank you so much, Praveen. All right, 5 minutes remaining, and we have a couple questions on the docket for our presenters. The first one is going to be, when a Wikimedian is accused of adding illegally harmful content by a government, how does the foundation communicate that to the editor? If the information added is illegal in the US, but illegal in the editor's jurisdiction, what requirements, if any, bind the foundation and the editor? Tina, would you like to take this one?
Sure. So as we discussed with respect to the applicable law determination, it varies a lot, and we evaluate these cases on a case-by-case basis, but always taking into account human rights. So that's something that is very important to us. But we do try to support communities as much as we can. We try to work with the volunteer communities and communicate to the extent allowed by law, and taking into account the safety of the community as well as the risks to the foundation.
Thank you so much. Next question. As these tend to revolve around the legal aspect of this work, I will be allowing for Tina to take the first stab, but if any of the other panelists want to weigh in, that's absolutely okay. The next one is, the meaning and trade-offs in human rights law will often depend upon case law and may only be determined through legislation. Does Wikimedia interpret case law in making such judgments? Clearly a time-consuming activity. And what will Wikimedia do when the case law is unclear and may only be clarifiable through court proceedings? And I've attached it in the chat as well.
Well, we do the analysis to the best we can, but we often work with local expert counsel to evaluate each case. And if we decide to take a case, we also hire outside counsel who has that expertise.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Tina. Are there any other questions that people want to bubble up in the chat as I go through the Etherpad? All right, let me find one last question here. And this one I'd like to open to any panelist who would like to take it. To my mind, the interests of mental health practitioners and those who may be treated by them are not necessarily aligned. An example is that interventions taken to reduce the immediate risk of suicide in the short term may increase long-term risks while providing a practitioner with a sense of having tried to do something. Literature directly targeting services service users may hide information and mislead users. How can the value of expert knowledge be traded off with implicit bias and distrust that a focus on suicide prevention could create, potentially pushing readers to forums that are less regulated and having less regard for the truth? This will be our last question before we all say goodbye today. Would anyone like to weigh in?
I will just say that this is where Wikipedia has an important role, is to help folks who don't have the medical expertise ask the right questions, know when their practitioners might be biased. I will pass this on to Dr. Hussein, because she is a physician.
This is a very difficult question to answer. I don't really have a concrete answer for this question. For example, on Wikipedia, Wikipedia is not exactly a forum. We just mirror the information that is presented on different reliable sources, and we just show it on our platform. So it's not actually a forum where you can ask questions about your mental health and get answers from an expert and so forth. So it's the information that's there. And I recently looked into the article about suicide methods on English Wikipedia, and I saw that there are 7,500 people, approximately 7,500 people per day reading that article. And I'm pretty sure that some of them who are reading article are ideating about suicide, and they probably would take their own life. A small minority of them would probably take their own life in the future. So we do provide this kind of content on our websites. And from a Wikimedian's perspective, I think that we cannot censor the information. People who are ideating about taking their own life will try and find out a way to do that anyway, even though Wikimedia doesn't provide that kind of information. So we'll have to balance.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hussein. So sorry. Just wanted to gently tag that we are at time. I would love for you to provide your written thoughts as well as we follow up with everyone in Meta. Thank you everyone for taking the time to attend today's session. Again, really appreciate our panelists, and we will be looking to answer any questions that we missed asynchronously. Thank you again, everyone, for attending today's session. Tina provided her email in the chat as well. So if you want to get in touch with her or any of our other panelists through her, please feel free to send her an email. But thank you, everyone. We can consider this session adjourned.
If you attended the hackathon, this is your chance to present what you worked on. If you didn't attend the hackathon, welcome. We hope you learn more about what the technical community has been working on all weekend and about general technical community projects. So how this showcase will work, we've posted the Etherpad link into the chat. Anyone is welcome to present what they've worked on this weekend. It's a very informal way to show off what we've all been up to all around the world. So what'll happen is in just a couple minutes, Melinda and I will open up the floor and anyone can go on and present what they've worked on, and people can share questions, and it'll be a great chance to, again, share what you've been working on and learn more about the technical community's projects. And again, anything is welcome. You can share a project, you could share something that's in progress, translations you might have done, bug fixes. We'd love to hear about it.
Sorry to interrupt first. I don't think it's live streaming yet. I just checked the YouTube link and it's not on there.
It should work right now.
Then again. There we go. Now it works. Okay.
Yeah, there's a short delay sometimes. It looks like it was just a little longer than normal. Okay, well, welcome everyone. Again, our apologies for the technical difficulties, but we're live now. Everything's being recorded, and it looks like lots more people have joined us. So welcome everyone. So again, if you haven't already, do make sure to put your projects in the Etherpad, and we'll be going through them very shortly. Now, we just want to share another thing. We would love to collect feedback from you about your experience at this year's hackathon. We know there are many newcomers. We know there are several people who this is their second hackathon. We also know there's a lot of people who have been around for upwards of 10 plus hackathons. Has anyone been to more than 10 hackathons? You could say something in the chat. No? I think there were a couple in the opening ceremony. So there's some very experienced people here. But we'd love your feedback. So 7, well, that's a lot. Brian says maybe.
terms with articles in a particular language, we basically just remove the second article and we count over this. So in these two examples, I get 157,000 articles in English and 127,000 in both. So then French must be missing this minus this, which is what, like about 30,000. Okay. So then what I did is I made a table in Google Sheets, and I just manually did this query for a few different languages. And yeah, this is like what I filled out. So it's like, oh, hello. Oh, I am playing something from another Wikimedia session in the background. Sorry, I just got distracted. Yeah, I left all that stuff in the background, like to let it play, but sorry. So yeah, I've got this table. What I wanted to do was to publish it anonymously on, I'm not really familiar with how to do that. So I just searched it on like, on how to do that for Google Sheets. So there's like this link, which I think is anonymous. And then I have like this copy as well. And I'm like happy to upload that as well as, and I published the presentation as well as the spreadsheet. And like I can go in this, it's just the same thing here as well. And I just put a few filters on to sort of render this a bit differently, but like what I can see straight away is that the most are missing is from the Chinese to English, just from what I did, but I only did it for a few. So, so just to summarize, that full table's 171 Wikipedias covering quite a few more languages because there's some duplicates. I'm not exactly sure how that works. Doing more than one at a time does make a timeout. So the two options I thought was, I don't know how to do a database dump. So I thought I might do that. And maybe if there's a way to use a different API to do these queries and like import it all into a CSV that I can just paste into the spreadsheet or something. And also there's this information on language group data on Meta. So like Germanic, Romance, Slavic. I don't know how this is used in Wikidata, but I think it would also be interesting to filter by that as well. And yeah, so I'm hoping like maybe in the next few weeks I'll be able to work out a way to fill this out more and get it on like, so it's useful to see like, yeah, which language wikis like might stand out. Maybe it's like Chinese versus English is very sparse, but Chinese versus French, like Chinese has a lot of articles that French does. I don't know how it works, but yeah, that's my presentation.
Thanks. Thank you. This was wonderful. Really informative.
Questions?
Darcy, we actually have to move on to.
Oh, sorry. I probably took too much time.
No, you were wonderful. That was super informative, and I am really excited personally to go learn more. I'm so glad you shared your information in the Etherpad. But because we have more and more people joining, which is wonderful, I think we're going to need to start cutting presentations at 5 minutes. So do ask Darcy questions in the chat, and let's move on to the next presentation just to make sure everyone gets a chance. And remember, try and keep it under 5 minutes. So I think next is Connor about RubyGem for the new Wikibase REST API.
Yep. Let's see. Can you see my screen and I guess hear me?
Yep, looks great.
Cool. So let me set a timer. My project was continuing to work on a RubyGem that I've been working on the side for the last while. Essentially, it's for the REST API that's being built for Wikibase, and it's about just being able to pull data from Wikidata with this REST API using a simple Ruby gem. So I have this demo item on the beta Wikidata site. It has a bunch of miscellaneous stuff on it. And I have a couple small demo scripts. So essentially, demo one is just, it creates a Wikidata client. And then I've got a bunch of hard-coded the item ID and then a couple properties. And then it dumps the contents of the Wikidata item just into a big JSON blob. So it has all of the properties or all the statements on the item rendered as JSON. And this is from the way that the gem sees the data. So it can handle times, it can handle links to other Wikidata items, it can handle strings and globe coordinates and no value and unknown value statements and external IDs. So I have a couple things I can show. So it can, you can essentially just do client.item and then ID demo item 1. And then you can pull data from that, like the information about their date of birth. So it has the property and then they were born on January 1st, 2000. And then there's a reference for it, which has just a reference URL and then the retrieved at timestamp. So you can pull data like that from any item on Wikidata, and it handles all of the parsing of the JSON that you get back from the REST API. And then, let's see. And you can get labels, you can get aliases. So like item label language EN, it'll give you the value for the label in that language. You can get it for all languages, but this one only has English. You can get all the aliases, the descriptions, and site links and all that stuff. And then demo 2 is about actually writing data to the item. So essentially it's just create the client and then add a statement, and you input the item ID and the property ID, and then you can create the monolingual text. So in this case, it would be like a title or title of a book or whatever you want. And then you can also do edit summaries. So let's see. The second item, so I have this second item. It has no statements, and then I think that script's finished. So after I ran that demo script, it now has this edit on it. And then I can do the same thing with deleting the statement. So in demo 3, you create the client, and then it just grabs the item and then the statements on that item for this property, and then the ID of that statement. And then we can just delete the statement, and you can pass comments, and which are edit summaries, and tags for the edit. And then if we reload this again, it's now deleted. And you can see in the history, it's got the data bridge tag and the edit summary. Yeah, let's see. And I have 7 seconds left, so I think that's good.
Awesome. Thank you for presenting, Connor. That was great to see. We're going to move on to Francesco with Who Painted This?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let's see if I can share my screen as well, which is usually more tricky. Window, there we go. So I'm Francesco. I live in Milan, Italy. I've also recently joined the Wikimedia Foundation and the Cloud Services team. So I guess I took the chance of this hackathon to learn a bit more about a lot of things that I will be working on in the coming months. And one of that is Wikidata. I didn't actually have any specific idea for the hackathon. So I got the idea from Lydia, who wrote this Guess the Artist game idea. I discovered there are lots of other Wikidata games that you can find from this Fabricator task and in many other places, I guess. And this was the idea about in a new one where you could guess the artist of a painting by just seeing the painting like revealed gradually. I didn't have the time to complete like the full kind of idea where the painting appears gradually, just appears like all at once at the moment, but this was just a prototype I managed to create very quickly in one day. I should also mention that there were other people who helped with the idea and like with how it should work, and also with the implementation of the Wikidata query, including Darcy, who presented before, and other people who helped in the Telegram channel and in the IRC chat. So this is what I managed then to code. And this is basically a painting which is downloaded from Wikidata. I actually narrowed down the query. You can find the source on GitHub. I narrowed down the query to only select paintings from the Impressionist movement, both for like making the query faster, but also to get like some paintings that were vaguely possible to recognize, because otherwise if you took like all the paintings from Wikidata, most of them are like from very obscure artists that nobody probably would be able to guess. This is something that could be improved or modified. Then you have like 5 choices that of a possible artist, and I also find these from Wikidata. And then you can click on one and say, okay, it wasn't right. Second one, not right. Let's try this one. Okay, this was the right one. And then you see also the name of the painting. And I want to add the link to Commons or to Wikidata or to Wikipedia for this painting. I haven't done it yet. And then if you want, you can play again, and a new painting will be loaded. There's a bug, as you can see. Sometimes it gets like 2 artists, like 2 paintings by the same artist, and so the same artist name gets displayed. This shouldn't happen. If you know how to fix it, tell me, or open a PR or an issue in the GitHub project, or just write me in the chat or in the Fabricator task, which is here and will be also linked on the chat. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Francesco. This is so great. I really love it. I feel like I wouldn't be able to guess the paintings, but maybe I should use this to learn more about art.
I got the first one, Pissarro. I love it. Okay, next steps is we're just trying to move through so that everyone has as much time as possible. Convert spreadsheet functions to source code.
Yeah. Hello. I will share my screen. I hope it works. Wait, how can I do that? There. So yeah. So can you see my screen?
Francesco, I think you're still sharing your screen. Annette.
Sorry. There you go.
Yeah, can you see my screen now?
I can't. Yes, I can now. Sorry.
Good. Okay, so I have written a program, or it's still in progress, not yet ready, that can convert a spreadsheet function into the source code equivalent that does the same. And for that, I'm using programming language Earl, and I have here now a program. And when I execute that program, and I have here a frame.
Sorry, I thought I could see your screen, but actually we can't.
So you can't see my screen.
We can. I think you're sharing the wrong tab.
Yeah, we can see a screen.
So it's only one tab. Okay, then I will stop sharing. I will look. I do it again if I then can choose the right. So now I hope I think I have chosen the right thing.
Do you have more than one screen?
No. Can you see now?
Yeah. No.
I am now here in Kai. Yeah. Good. So here, there I have written a program that can convert a spreadsheet function to source code. And you can see now the spreadsheet function and then program to then do the same. So for that, I appear the programming language R. So here I have executed the program and I have printed here the frame as it looks before that is calculated. Now if I calculate it and then show you again, then you will see that here it calculated here the same thing as it has done in the spreadsheet. Yeah, so this is a small program. I'm still working on it and it's not yet ready. It does not really support many functions, but I will add more support for more functions. Hope that this will be useful for Wiki functions, and then through that then people can convert to Wiki functions through using spreadsheets, and the spreadsheet definitions can be then converted into other programming language. So this is the idea of this whole thing.
Awesome. Thank you for presenting. So let's move on again. And I lost my list. Where's my list? Okay, here. Next up is Scribe from Andrew.
So let me share screen really quickly. Window, there we go. Okay, so many of you, everybody is seeing the emulator, correct? Can I get a confirmation? Yes, okay, perfect, thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, what Scribe is it's keyboards for second language learners. So we're seeing a German keyboard right here, but actually what this is for a German second language learner. Scribe is also available for many other languages, and this is fully based on Wikidata information that's coming in as far as the lexemes. We're bringing in verb conjugations and noun genders and all kinds of other interesting information to help language learners. Basically, let me just give a quick demo of things that this keyboard can do. It can translate, so you can come in here and hit translate, and then you can put in, say, the German word for book, and enter it in here, and then we get the German word for book right there. Other things that it can do, we can get the plural of a noun, or we can also conjugate a verb by putting in, say, the German word for go, which is gehen. And we come in here, and then we can see this is the present tense for the German verb to go, past tense, perfect tense, and you basically just kind of go through, and then you hit the verb that you need, and then it all works to get you the verb conjugation that you need. Specifically, what it is that we've been working on for this hackathon has been like a very, very major issue that we've been working on for a while. That has been a needed thing. Is basically adding autocomplete and autosuggest to this, which is basically fully based off of Wikidata. So Rob is also in here. Do you want to check and see if you can talk right now for the last 2 minutes or so? And there is no the Android version is in progress. So Rob, can you are you able to talk or no? Just let me know in the chat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So yeah, just I'll do the emulator and you can talk about what it is you did.
Yeah. Okay, so basically the main task I was working on was getting the correct words into the autocomplete. So the UI changes that you can see are mostly done by Andrew, but I wrote the function that brought the words into the correct buttons. So for that, we had to create an array of the nouns that we have. We currently stick to nouns just to keep it simple for the hackathon. And Wikidata gives us the complete list of nouns along with a few other properties with it. So we had to extract the keys so that we just got the nouns. And then we created an array. But that was acting as a bottleneck because every time you enter a letter, you have to get the array and then sort it again to get the alphabetical autocomplete. So for that, we basically just created the array once and sorted it outside. And the next part is when you click on a button, the word needs to be inserted, right? So over there, we need to take care of 3 cases, which is like when you click on the button, otherwise, or if you type out the complete word yourself and then hit space, and also while deleting. So the spacebar was pretty simple. You just have to reset all the variables when the word is complete. For like when you choose a button from the autocomplete, you need to clear out the text so that it just doesn't add onto the last of the string that is already in the text bar. And for during deleting, we also need to store somewhere the previous string that was present so that it can go back to the previous state. So that's all I've worked on. So I'll just hand it over to Andrew now. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, so I'll just from here. We just wanted to show this little update. This is not going to be available on the App Store anytime. We're going to work on this and finish up some bugs in the next week or something like that, and then get this out to the users. And I'll post some links to the project into the chat so that if people are interested, you can check it out. You know, we would love to get some support on this. As I said, we're working on the Android version. Eventually a desktop GUI. There really is a lot to be done, and it would be great to have people's support. Thanks so much.
Cool, thank you, Andrew. Again, another cool project. That's great to see. So next up, we have maintenance script to restore revisions from old SQL dumps from Please Stand.
Okay, so I mean, I know this is the sort of thing that is like probably boring to a lot of you. I mean, with the hackathons, like usually people do things like adding new features to apps and new with tools like we've seen so far. But sometimes you know, there are just, you know, issues that just sit around and have not been fixed, have not been cleaned up. And one of those issues is that a number of years ago, the Wikipedias and the Wiktionaries and, you know, sites like those, you know, the Wikimedia sites, they didn't use UTF-8 like a number of years ago because the browser support just wasn't there. But at some point they did a conversion, and unfortunately for some smaller wikis, like in particular, you know, Spanish Wiktionary, there was actually a reported problem that the database, you know, conversion made it to where, you know, like revisions were corrupted and inaccessible, and apparently, I mean, I just happened to see like this comment on this years old report from on Fabricator that, and will pop up on IRC with a new comment, and I looked at it and realized that the same issue with Spanish Wiktionary, which was fixed by restoring revisions from backup, you know, also probably happened to a Dutch Wiktionary as well. And I in the bug report I put the links, you know, to the various mailing list posts and things to support that. And interesting, I noticed, because it was one of these things that you know, because like if any of you saw Lego KTM's, you know, recent talk at Hope, he mentioned about verbose pasting. I mean, I think this might have been one of those things. So on to my script, if I can share my screen. Let's see, entire screen share. Okay, so so if you see here on my screen, you see on the actual Dutch Wiktionary, you see there is a revision here of an old page. It shows something, the edit summary, and it's just completely blank. That means that the text of the revision actually was lost. And I've set up a test setup, loading an old database dumps I got from the Internet Archive Wayback Machine, and I've done a conversion to the latest MediaWiki that I've done the conversion in such a way as it would have the same issue that we're seeing on the live sites. Say, for example, I click on here, you see the same thing with the page is blank. But if you go, let's say, go to a newer one, it's blank as well. Go to a newer one, and this one, because it was the latest one at the time of that database dump, because of the way the old MediaWiki worked, it shows up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my script. First, I need to reload use test in L Wiktionary. I'm going to reload the database dump, and then I'm going to run my script, and I've already ran the slow part already ahead of time. So I'm just running the other part of it, and this is just a quick hack. It's nowhere near ready to be merged or used on production yet. But say let's see, let's see. See now it shows up. Well, not that one. I mean the script. I mean it obviously needs some work. Right now it only reloads like saved revisions from like one part of the old database dumps that I had. But as I said, I mean it's
Everyone. I am Imelda from the campaign product team, and here with me today is Ilana Freed, our senior product manager, and our product ambassadors, Mohamed Bashinda for Arabic, George Fadoub for French, and Anthony Tavango for Swahili. We have different language support available for live interpretations, and our slides will be available in Arabic, French, and Swahili text. Today, we will share what kind of work is being undertaken by the Foundation product team and how communities can benefit from these new campaign projects. And we hope for you to learn more about the newly developed feature of the Event Center, which is the event registration system. And we also hope to gather feedback from you on how to further improve the registration tool so it can be potentially incorporated into our later releases. Next slide. Just a brief background. The campaign product team is a software and product development team focused on building tools for campaign organizers. Our main goal is to build and improve the features in the campaign's ecosystem. For experienced organizers, we want to simplify their workflows and provide more powerful tools. And for new organizers, we want to make it easier to become effective and long-term organizers. We hope that we will see more campaign organizers, campaign participants, campaign events, and campaign contributions with higher retention rates for organizers and higher retention rates for participants. Next. A very vital part of our team is our product ambassadors. They help us conduct multilingual outreach as we wanted to focus both on language and region. Organizers around the movement speak a diverse range of languages, and some do not speak English. Campaign events are also in a range of languages. Some organizers have often felt overlooked by WMF, especially the non-English speakers. So it is our team's goals, together with the product ambassadors, to share our vision widely, gather and receive feedback from organizers in these local communities, and also to recruit testers for our first project and create a community of organizers who we can collaborate with over time. Next. Our vision in general is to build a robust long-term support for Wikimedia campaign events. To make this possible, we plan to build the Event Center. This platform will focus on improving and simplifying workflows related to top pain points in organizing and event participation. This platform will have an organizer side and a participant side. The organizer side will provide the tools and resources that organizers need to create and manage impactful event campaigns. The participant side will provide the guidance and support that any participants will need to meaningfully engage in any Wikimedia campaigns. Overall, this platform will be a modular, which means the features can be separated and recombined based on the special needs of a wiki or a community. Also extensible, which means that features can be added over time by our team, other teams, or any volunteer developers. And for our first priority, to improve the organizing experience, we work on the on-wiki registration for events, the event registration tool. And for organizer, we hope that this new feature, the campaign organizers will save time. They will no longer need to develop any alternative registration solutions, and they will be able to collect better data on campaign participants, their needs, and respecting their participants' privacy. Also, on the participant side, campaign participants will be able to join campaigns with minimal effort, and their first point of contact in the campaign will be fun and inspiring. We hope that participation for events around the movement will be easy even if you're just a new editor. So I will give the floor to Ilana for the demonstration.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alana. I'm the product manager for the campaigns team. Before I get started, I'll give a little more background also on these slides. As you see, they're multilingual. These slides came from a previous office hours that we had, and they include the languages that we have product ambassadors on our team represented. So you'll see that they're in English, French, Arabic, and Swahili. We also have some of the ambassadors in the chat giving a little more context in other languages as well. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give a demo of what we've built so far. So feel free to join along with me if you would like, and try out some of these yourself. So I'm gonna be alternating between these slides and doing a live demo. But one thing I should share is this, what I'm demoing today is what we call V0. So we call it V0 because it's very new. There's a lot of things we still want to do to improve it. There's also, some of these improvements are features, others are smaller things like, you know, bug fixes and things like that. But the reason why we built this early version called V0 is we wanted to get feedback early on. So we know what's working for people, what isn't, and we can incorporate that in our next version, which we're calling V1. And we'll talk more about V1 at the end of the presentation, but I'll first demo what we have today. So as a starting point, V0 is on beta wiki, or the beta cluster. It's not on any live wikis yet. That's because, again, we want to get feedback. We want to learn more before we think about deploying to any live wikis. So as a first step, if you want to go along with me, you would go to this URL. Oops, I'm going to go back. Okay. And I'll show how it works right here. So if you already have an account on the beta cluster, that's great. Otherwise, you can go ahead and create one. I'll share the URL in our chat for anyone who wants to join along with me. So if you're creating an account, and again, you need to create an account because your normal Wikimedia account, let's say for Wikipedia or any other live projects, wouldn't necessarily work in this case. So I'm just going to create a test account. And then I'll create password right now. So again, feel free to join me. And now the account has been created. So the steps that I just went through again were you go to Beta Wiki, you create a test account. So once you've done that, and also, by the way, I should mention, if anyone's following along with me and they want me to slow down because they need to complete a step first, feel free to let me know in the chat. I see, don't know how to use the link, can't copy neither. Maybe perhaps someone who's an ambassador or who's a part of our team can provide a bit more context in the chat about how people in the call can create an account on the beta cluster. So once you have created an account, I'll show the next step now. So we want to create an event page. So what is an event page? Event pages have existed for a long time. This isn't a new concept, right? So what's different here is you want to create an event page in the event namespace. So any wiki that would have the campaign events extension, so in this case, Beta Cluster Wiki has the campaign events extension enabled, would have the event namespace. Now, the reason why it's useful to create the event in the event namespace is we then know that this is an event page that's separate from, say, an article page or a user page. It gives us that specific identification. So the way you do that is you type in event, and the name of your event in the search bar. So just like how you create any other wiki page, you can search for the page, see that's a red link, and then click on it in order to be able to make it an event page. So I'll demo this right now. And again, feel free to join me. So let's say, and I live in Brooklyn. So let's say I want to do an edit-a-thon in Brooklyn. Maybe I'll call it Brooklyn Edit-a-thon. I click this red link here. And now I'm going to create an event page just like I would any other event page. So in real life, of course, if this wasn't a demo, there would probably be a lot of time and effort that I put into making my event page look correct. But because this is just a demo, I want to do a really quick event page. So I might write something like, please join this edit-a-thon that focuses on the history of Brooklyn, New York. Okay, so now I can publish the page. And this is what brings us to the next step. So I see one question in the chat. How do I edit the event's name? So basically, you create the name of your event. So it's in the event namespace. So you do event : but after the colon, it is any name that you want. Of course, if there's a name that's already been used on the wiki, just like any other page, you wouldn't want to use that again. So you would pick a new event name. So for example, let's say you want your event name to be called Women's History Editathon 2022. It would be event : Women's History Editathon 2022. Okay, so now we've gone through the steps of add content to the event page and publish the event page. So the next thing I want to talk about is enabling registration. So when you're on the event page, there's two primary ways to enable registration, which I'll show right now. The reason why I can enable registration on the event page is I'm the organizer. I created the event. So in order to enable registration, and enable registration means that there's going to be this header that allows people who are prospective participants to join the event. So I could do that in two ways. Way one, which I'll show right now, is a pop-up that you click on the event page. So you'll see a pop-up. It says enable registration. You can dismiss the pop-up if you don't want to. But if you dismiss it, there's a second way, which I will also show. So now let's go back to the event page. So I can either click here where it says enable registration and it brings me to a form, or if I dismissed it, I always have this option here, enable registration, which will bring me to the same place. So now let's talk about the next step, which is adding basic information about the event. So the next step is to fill out the form with event information. When complete, click enable registration. And then it's recommended to review your changes just to make sure that everything looks all right. So I should also explain that this first part where you add information about the event, since it's V0, it's very basic information you add. But we know in the future that organizers will probably like to have a more complex or sophisticated way to talk about their event. So we'll be thinking about ways to improve this experience in the future as well. But for V0, this is what we have. So let's say, so Ready has a name of my event, and that's because, of course, I went from the event page directly to the form. So let's say we have, I want the event to be on September 1st, and let's say I want it to end on September 6th. And let's say I wanted to go from 14 or 2 p.m. You'll probably see the Z here. So this is an example of something we want to fix in the next version. So right now for V0, because we wanted to build a very basic first version, you can just create events in UTC, which are currently represented as Z in MediaWiki. But our goal is to fix this in the future so the organizer can pick their time zone that they want for the event. It doesn't have to be UTC, and Z would not be represented, and still it would show UTC. But for now, this is what we have. You can choose if it's an online event, an in-person event, or hybrid, online and in-person. I'll choose this so you can see both options. So meeting URL, this would be something like if there's a Zoom or Google Hangout meeting, this is where you can specify it. You can add the country. This is also something we want to improve in the future with how you add the address. But for V0, this is how it works. So maybe I'll say it's at 500 Jimmy Road, New York. And then here I can do the group chat. So this could be something like if there's a Telegram or WhatsApp or any other sort of, off-wiki chat, this is where you could specify it. And both the meeting URL and group chat invite would be something that's viewed to people once they register as participants. Before that, they can't see it. So then you click enable registration. Okay, so now registration is enabled. Participants can now register on the event page. So I saw one message say my voice is muted. I hope people can hear me okay. If other people cannot hear me, please let us know in the chat so I can fix that. So basically you see at the top here, it says online and in-person event. It lets us know the date and time. So far, nobody has registered for the event yet. If I click more details, it can also show the location. Since I'm the organizer, I see the link for the video call. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the other side and show how someone can join an event as a participant. Now, if you're following along, if you want to join an event as a participant, there's a few ways you could do that. You can, of course, join my event, and I'll share the URL. But you can also search for many other events by going to Special All Pages. And then after that, you want to look for pages that are in the event namespace. So there's many events. You can also search by going like this. But the idea is you basically want to search for an event that you did not create and enable registration for so you can be a participant. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share a different window where I am a different user. So I'm registering for this event. So I am now going to see, share this. Cool. So what I'll do actually instead, since I think I chose the wrong one, is maybe I'll just choose, what I'll do is I'll choose an event that I just did not create myself and see if one of them has registration enabled. Yep. Okay. So for this one right here, I can register for the event. And now I'm listed as a participant. So Tommy456, that is me. Now I can also choose to leave the event by clicking on the trash can right here. And then I am no longer a member of the event. Someone else joined, very cool. But if I ever want to join again, oh, but before I join again, let me demo how the join link doesn't show if I'm not registered. So when I click more details, I need to register, it says here, to view the event link, right? Now, when I register again, I can see that the link is right here. Okay, so to go over the steps again, for anyone who's following along to join as a participant, you can search for events by either clicking event : in the search bar, and a lot of events will come up. You can also go to Special All Pages, which gives you access to all the events if you look in the event namespace in your search. Then you want to go to the event page and click Register for Event, which will automatically register you. Then the next step, which I also demoed, is canceling registration as a participant. So to do that, you click on the trash can, and then you're unregistered. If you want to register again, it's as simple as clicking Register for Event. So I just demoed how a participant removed themselves. Now I'm going to show how an organizer would remove a participant. So sometimes organizers want to remove participants. Maybe it's a trust and safety issue. So for example, maybe someone who joined an event is someone that the organizer knows has caused issues in the past, and they think it's not a wise decision for trust and safety reasons for this person to attend. Maybe the person's having trouble removing themselves and they ask the organizer to do it for them. Whatever the reason may be, we wanted to give the organizers that power to make that decision. So the way you do that as an organizer is there's, instead of register for event, there's a button that says manage event. So you click on the button that says manage event. Then you'll see a view of the participants who registered for your event. You can select one, you can select some, you can select all, and from there you choose to remove them. So I'll demo that right now. So let's see if anyone has joined my Brooklyn event. If not, then I'll have some. Oh, many people have. Amazing. So whoever I remove It is nothing against you personally. It is just for the demo. So I click Manage Event, and I'll remove Imelda. So to do that, I can click her name. I could click all, but I don't want to do that. I just want to remove one. So to do that, I click here and I remove. And the participant is now removed from the event. So another thing you can do as an organizer is edit the registration information. So for example, maybe I added some incorrect information into the registration. Question, what if the participant still shows up? That's always a risk, potentially. So I think that'd be an interesting discussion for us to talk about afterward, because I think there's a lot of ways to think about that. So please hold that question and let's see if we have time. So to edit the registration information, I'll show, there's two main ways to get to edit, but one way from here, so is I go to edit. Another way is I have a My Events list. See these dots? You can click it here and also go to Edit Event. So the My Events would be a list of all the events you have organized. So here, let's say it's not 500 Jimmy Road. I made a mistake. It's 550 Jimmy Road. So I can just make the change and then I click Edit Registration. Now I can go back to the event page and I see it is now 550 Jimmy Road. Question, so only if the participants see the list. No, for V0, we have it very basic in that organizers and participants and just the general public of anyone who's on wiki pages can see the list of people who joined. And that's inspired by a lot of on wiki registration now, where you can see who joined an event. But we also do know that some organizers are interested in confidential registration. So that means that someone registers for an event and only the organizers see them. For that, that's something we're planning to look into for a later release, but it's not something that's currently available in this version. So that's edit. Now let's go to open and close registration. So when you create or when you enable registration on event page, it's automatically open, but perhaps you want to close an event registration. So maybe there's a certain number of people you want to register, reach the capacity, whatever it may be. When you close registration, that means new people can't register. So the people who registered in the past, the registration is preserved, but new people can't come and join. If you close event registration, you can open it again, but it's your choice what you want to do, really. So I'll show now how to close. So you can go to My Events or Edit, and then if you go through My Events, you click the three dots, and you'll see if it's a closed event, you'll see open registration, and if it's an open event, you'll see closed registration. You can also do it through Edit. So I'll show both versions. So let's go back to Manage Event. So we saw here these dots. You can choose here to close an event or open. Similarly, if you go to Edit, the event status is open, you can change it to closed. If it's closed, that means that the registration header at the top that says register will no longer appear to participants. So feel free to also go back to my event page. And if you haven't registered already, you'll see you no longer can. Okay. So now, delete registration. So delete registration is very simple for V0, so I'm not going to complete the deletion process because right now we only have the ability to delete registration, but we haven't built in the ability yet to restore it. And I don't want to delete this because I've been using this to teach you all how the product works. So I think it's more useful to keep it up, but I'll show how you go about it, do it. So delete registration, you're gonna have the three dots and you click delete event, and that will go ahead and delete it. So If I wanted to, I click delete event. I'm going to cancel. I'm not going to confirm this. But if I truly wanted to delete, I would click delete. So those are the basics of V0 and how it works. We are also, though, very aware of the fact that V0 is just the beginning. There's a lot more we want to build for event registration, and there's a lot more we want to build for events in general beyond registration. So Imelda now is going to talk about some of our future plans, and then we'll open it up to questions. And thank you all.
Right. Thank you, Alana. So what's next from our team? Coming in October on MetaWiki, organizers can message their participants via email or their talk pages. Also, integration with the programs and events dashboard and support for multiple organizers per one event. Also coming in January, also on MetaWiki, registration for sub-events, for example, events that has two locations, wherein events that has in-person gathering or virtual participation. Also confidential registration, wherein participations of volunteers can only be seen by organizers, not by everyone who joined the event. And also optional questions that an organizer can ask participants. For example, organizers can send questions to their participants during their registration. Also, for our next steps, first, we would love if you can test the event registration feature on MetaWiki. Share your feedback on our channels. You may use our talk pages on Meta or the feedback form that we are going to share in the chat. You can also subscribe to our newsletter to receive updates on our projects and any announcement on testing and version improvements. Also, you may join our Telegram group, which is a community of Wikimedia organizers. All right. So now, we are going to answer your questions.
Amir, do I see your hand up, or is that just... It looks like your hand's up.
Yes, you see my hand up. Hi, excellent presentation, thank you. You mentioned at some point that it's possible to see a list of events on special all pages, which makes sense because these are just pages. Is it also possible to see all the available events on something like a calendar grid?
Great question. So this is actually a future project plan for us. So after we do the event registration project, we want to do what we're just calling now the event page creation project. So right now, for some organizers, they already have workflows in place for how to create event pages and feel rather comfortable with it. For others, it's a lot of work and a lot of maintenance. So we would like to, just how you saw with that form, you can add some basic information for registration. You can think about it as sort of an extension of that. You add more information that is, I think useful for you to share for participants, and then it can generate an event page without you having to do stuff with like wiki text or templates or whatever yourself. So what we imagine the future is when you're creating the event page, or if you're not using the event creation tool, there can be other ways to do it, but there's a way to specify if you want your event page to end up on a future calendar of events. So you don't have to, say, manually create some sort of calendar yourself. There'll be some sort of infrastructure that we create in the future around that calendar. That's in the future, so we don't know a lot of the details yet, but what we imagine and we hope is that'll make it easier for people to find out about what's going on at any time, and they can even apply search filters for things like topic area or location, so they can find events that really excite them.
I think Natasha is raising her hand.
Yeah, will it be, maybe you answered the question already, but I have trouble understanding when it's people speak very, very fast. So will it be linked to the events dashboard eventually or not?
Another great question. So this is actually our plan for the next release. So we have another release that we're planning for roughly in October. We don't know the exact date because we just started this phase of the project. And of course, with software development, there's always unknowns. So it's often hard to say at early stages, but we're planning for roughly October. And for this release, we want to have integration with the Programs and Events dashboard. And we're actually working directly with Sage Ross from Wiki Education to make this possible. So what we want is that if you as an organizer have created a dashboard instance, and you also are using our registration tool, if anyone registers for your event as a participant, their username can be automatically pushed to that dashboard event. So you wouldn't need to manually add the usernames yourself or have the participants during the event add the names. So in short, yes, it's in our plans in the next few months.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Techno, you can raise your question, and then we'll go answer questions on the chat.
Techno, would you like to ask your question? If not, maybe we can go to Gilbert. I see his hands up as well.
Thank you, Rana. Just to say thank you for having think about this system, because it is very easy, and because previously we have been answering to questions of participant asking, please check if I have been registered. And when we are organizing things, we have to check for messages and answer and check. And sometimes it was difficult to check how to see if someone have registered. But for now, it is easy. Just for a click, you see if you are registered. And if for the second time you register, you click and you are informed that you are already participant. You can't register for a second time. Just to say thank you for having think about this system. Great.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. It's really appreciated. That also reminds me what you said we heard from other organizers when we were doing research before this project began, which is that some organizers that use some tools, especially the tools where someone registers, but it's a private list that's not publicly shared. People don't remember sometimes that they registered, so they'll contact the organizers, and then the organizers have extra work of essentially letting them know or not if they've registered already. So this takes away some of that burden, hopefully. So it's great to hear from you that you feel like it would.
Very great. Very great. Thank you.
One question in the chat from John. Will this replace the events in diff?
Okay,
the
so
diff calendar.
Yeah, the diff calendar. So overall with all our tools, I don't think we're aiming to replace anything. We understand that Wikimedia is a super complex ecosystem that has a lot of decentralized ways of managing things and determining what's best for different communities and different needs. So that's not our goal to replace the diff calendar. Our goal is, though, to work really closely with organizers, especially organizers that currently feel like a lot of the existing workflows aren't working for them, and find solutions that can give them meaningful improvements so they feel like they can lead more impactful campaigns and so that they can do more of the work of actually organizing rather than dealing with technical hurdles. So when we do have the calendar project in the future, we'll also look into how we can complement whatever we do with what exists rather than trying to replace anything. And so I guess too, if any of you have any thoughts or feedback around what would be the most useful way to provide some sort of calendar support, feel free, even if we're not in that stage yet of doing the work ourselves because we haven't launched the project, feel free to share it, because the earlier we get feedback, the earlier we can start thinking through some of these complexities.
I think we have one Very good question on Etherpad. Will a future version include a functionality where you can have the event details sent to your email or added to your calendar?
Yeah, it's a great question. So maybe, yeah, so another thing coming in October, we made this slide very shortened, but there's more features actually that we're planning in the new release. And another one is confirmation email. So right now it's very simple. You register as a participant and that's it. You don't really get a confirmation email. But we know this is really important. So for the next release, what we're looking into now is after the participant registers, if they have an email address associated with their account and they don't have anything in preferences where they said they don't want to be emailed, so they allow email, then we will have an automatic email sent to the participant. The organizer doesn't have to do anything, and it'll have all that information, the event details, sent to the participant so they can easily access it at any time through their email. I also see a question in the chat. Do you also plan to add a feature for newbies to create a wiki account through the registration tool? So yeah, so right now, let's say you want to join an event and you aren't logged in or you don't have an account yet. The way it works is you can still see the register for event button. It's not that the call to registration is only for logged in users, but in order to complete registration, we have you log in. Right now, it takes you to the login or sign up page, and then after you do that, it'll bring you back to the event page so you can easily sign up. But one thing we could consider in the future is ways we can improve that intermediary step when someone is either logging in or signing up to make it just more user-friendly. So let's say I want to sign up for the Brooklyn Edit-a-thon. Maybe there can be some sort of text that says, in order to complete your process of joining the Brooklyn Edit-a-thon, please create a wiki account. And maybe there's even some sort of image or graphic that's like the logo for the event, so the user can really recognize, okay, I need to complete the process. We haven't done that yet, but please feel free to also share any suggestions for how you think we could make the initial account creation process more encouraging for newbies, because a high priority for us is we don't want people to essentially drop out because they have to log in or sign up. We want them to complete the process. So anything you think can make that more possible or encourage people to do those last steps, we really want to hear it. Another question, when is the expected time to start using the event planner? For that, I think it's meant the event calendar. Unfortunately, it's too early for us to say, so if I gave a date, it would probably be wrong. So I think what's better is to join our chat channels and our various modes of communication. So when we do have a better timeline, we can share that with you. So ways you can stay informed about our teamwork is you can join our subscription list. We send messages. They're usually bulk. We try to send a few things all at once about things that the team has going on every now and then via mass message, so be on your user talk page about team updates. You can also watch our team page on MetaWiki, and if you do that, that's, I think, the best way to stay informed about the work we're doing. I should also mention we have a Telegram group that's multilingual, that's for organizers. It's not only a place for people to come together who are organizers who want to share resources, but it's also a place where we'll be sharing product updates as well, and you can directly talk to us, as well as our product ambassadors who are available for French, Arabic, or Swahili, as well as, of course, English, for any questions you may have. Someone asked for sharing links in the Etherpad. Looks like I saw Melda nodding, so I guess that's coming up. Let's see if there's anything else.
We already shared the links on Etherpad and also subscribers list.
And I saw that Accurate wrote a while back, I love the new innovation about the registration tools. Thank you so much. Natasha, very interesting tool for UA organizing, edit-a-thons. So everyone who's sharing feedback, we would love to hear more from you, essentially the feedback form. So I'll show you how the feedback form works as well. We want to know what's working, what's not working, because this is really the beginning. It's not the end. So if there's things you don't like, we want to know so we can find ways to improve it. So this link right here, which you can also see in the slides, and I'll share again the chat, is a multilingual feedback form. You pick your language, and then there's questions that you can answer. Some of the questions are things like, what do you like? What do you not like? Would you use this? And here's the link again. And I will register for your, so Natasha, the link you sent is in your event page. This is, it's kind of more like you could think about it as your folder or organizer of your events. So your event page, instead of saying special my events, it would have the name of your event. So if you send the link of your event page, I will register for your event as a participant. Jacob.
Okay, so why doesn't it show?
Another thing you can do
That's what I wanted to.
You can also go, if you forgot the name, you can go under user contributions and you should be able to find your event page.
It's event is Genf. That's the name of the, I just posted plain name of the event. Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, I see.
This is the name of the event.
Okay. Okay, you now have 2 participants.
Great. So now I can remove one of them. Thank you.
No problem. Someone asked, how can I get the tool? So right now it's available for everyone in testing in the beta cluster. But in the future, we want, of course, for this to be a live wiki, not just on the beta cluster. So we're aiming to release it on MetaWiki first. There are a few reasons why, but one of the main ones is it's really great for event organizing. There's already a lot of event pages on MetaWiki. It's a multilingual wiki. So that could be a great place for you to test our V1 that we'll be releasing in the next few months. If you would like to be one of the V1 testers, you can also let us know now in the chat. You can contact us later. You can reach out to us in Telegram, and we can give you more updates on V1 and how that will work.
Thank you ever so much. I'm going to use that for sure.
That's great to hear. Another comment I'll read out loud from Jan. I love that we think about events at all, because today they're either manual, wiki text, or off wiki. But it would be great if we were collaborating on one tool. I think WMDE is investing in diff. Well, this is really great to know. This is also really aligned with our vision, is that there's some stuff that currently exists for edits on Wiki, but of course that really is more geared to people who feel really comfortable creating and managing events on Wiki, or people who are especially interested in targeting participants who are experienced themselves. But we're seeing that there's a lot of organizing activity that's already going on off Wiki, either due to maybe the organizer feeling more comfortable in those spaces, or them feeling like participants can't easily onboard to on-wiki flows and processes. So our hope is if we simplify these experiences, then more people can do their organizing and their event work on Wiki, which is better, of course, for the movement as a whole. And as for, again, the calendar part, that's something that we can totally explore and work out together in the future. So it's good to hear about how WMDE is thinking about it as well. And we've also been talking with WMDE in our current work. So with event registration even, we've already been talking with WMDE. So we'll continue that collaboration with also the new tools we build. We only have a few minutes left. We have 4 minutes left. So if people have any last questions, please share them. If not, I guess we can wrap things up. Thank you so much for joining our session. We really see this again as the beginning of us creating and improving a lot of tools. So we strongly encourage you to join us in this process. Join our subscription list, join our Telegram group, share feedback in the Google form or on the talk page. Reach out to any of us in the team. We would love to hear from you. And thank you so much for coming to our session. Okay, so I guess goodbye.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to have you here. Welcome to the last session before the closing ceremony of Wikimania 2022. I'm super excited to be here. Super happy to have you all here. Even though I have no idea who you are because I don't see anything thanks to the virtual event. We want to talk about Wiki functions. I will give a very short introductions into Wiki functions before I let my team talk about it. Have a few fantastic speakers who will talk about different aspects of Wiki functions, and then we'll go to a Q&A sessions at the end. What is Wiki functions? Wiki functions will be a new project of the Wikimedia movement, the first one in almost a decade to start. It's a wiki for functions, and functions can do things like calculate things, add information to existing data, and so on. So to give examples of functions is, for example, given a date of birth, you can calculate the age of a person, or given population and an area, you can calculate density of the place and so on. And all of these things can then also be used in the Wikipedias and kept up to date, for example, based on data in Wikidata. So we can draw the population directly from Wikidata, make a calculation on it, and display that in the Wikipedias. This way we can keep more information, more data up to date, and share it also across the different language editions of Wikipedia. So you can call those functions instead from the Wiki. You will be able to call those functions instead of the Wikipedias or the other Wikimedia projects. You will be able to call these functions in other modalities, like just the Wiki functions directly itself. Our plan is to keep working on it. We just launched our beta version. We're not there yet to really kick off and launch Wiki Functions there. We'll do it when we're ready. I hope this will happen in the not too far future, but I don't want to commit on a date, but just make sure that we are getting actually to a point where we are satisfied with the product so that you can launch. We will launch with a small product, just as we did with Wikidata a decade ago. So it won't have all the functionalities yet, but we rather will grow then over the months and years to add more functionalities and to allow for more possibilities of Wiki functions. So we will start with a very minimal project. It won't be integratable into Wikipedias yet, and all of this, but it will show you the first direction of where we're going to go. One of the main goals of Wiki Functions is to also provide functions that generate natural language text. That natural language text is then meant to be a foundation, a baseline of knowledge that will be available in all the different languages of the Wikipedias, so that we can write an article in an abstract notation. This is where the word abstract Wikipedia comes from, abstracting from a natural language and translating it into natural languages through those functions and Wiki functions, and make it available in the 300 or more languages that Wikipedia supports. So this is the rough idea, this is the goal. I'm very happy now to let the team members speak on certain aspects of Wiki functions, and I'll see you after that for Q&A. If you can roll the video, please. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm James Forrester. I'm the lead engineer for Abstract Wikipedia team working on Wiki functions. I've been a staff member for 10 years and a volunteer for 20 years on the Wikimedia projects, and I've been working on Abstract Wikipedia since we started in 2020. So an overview of the technology is that we've kind of split the code into two parts. There is the bit that you interact with directly that displays your functions, your test cases, your implementations, and your discussions about whether this is Hi everyone, I'm James Forrester. I'm the lead engineer for Abstract Wikipedia team working on Wiki functions. I've been a staff member for 10 years and a volunteer for 20 years on the Wikimedia projects, and I've been working on Abstract Wikipedia since we started in 2020. So an overview of the technology is that we've kind of split the code into two parts. There is the bit that you interact with directly that displays your functions, your test cases, your implementations, and your discussions about whether this is a good idea, your community forum, all that stuff. All of that's in MediaWiki. All of that is hopefully as familiar as possible within the confines of it being a totally new form of content for community members to be working on. And then on the back end, we have services that actually take your code and run it based on requests. So the front end is a MediaWiki extension, Wiki Lambda, which was the first kind of code name for the project before Wiki Functions was community picked as the project name. The Wiki Lambda code is a MediaWiki extension, so the content is stored as JSON inside MediaWiki. You can view, edit, interact with the content, look at diffs, write abuse filters, all that on MediaWiki in the normal way. The actual kind of front end is written in Vue.js, which gives you a very rich experience for doing complicated things like creating a new input of a particular type that is live created every time you input a content, and setting a label for it in 12 different languages out of the 500 or 2,000 that we potentially support. Then on the back end, we have two services. One of them, the function orchestrator, which is kind of user-facing potentially, and it's where you can request, hey, I'd like the function to use this piece of data from I'm James Forrester. I'm the lead engineer for Abstract Wikipedia team working on Wiki functions. I've been runs through that. That will also have some serializers and deserializers in certain cases for depending on your content type, and then pumps that all the way back up the stack. And that way, you're not running user-written code on the same servers that have access to the databases and things like that. So there's kind of separation of concerns, but also that's kind of our general stack.
Hello everyone, my name is Min. I'm a designer on the Abstract team, currently working on Wiki functions. And today I would like to share with you a small update on how we're approaching design of Wiki functions. And for the purpose of this update, we're gonna look at some of the objects that are currently available on Wiki functions and how the display and how the visualization of this object is gonna change following a new design language. So for example, we're gonna look at this mushroom object, and on Wiki functions, objects, they usually have a custom way to be visualized, but it can happen that certain objects don't have like a custom component to be visualized, so they're gonna fall back to a default component. So everything that you see here in this dashed line is a default component.
Sorry.
To be visualized, so they're gonna fall back to a default component. So everything that you see here in this dashed line is a default component, because in this case, this object doesn't have
Sorry, I'm trying to screen share again now instead of link, but it doesn't allow me to.
Custom component to be used for its own display. And so we can see that this object, mushroom object, has a type, has an identity, has different keys, or we could call them attributes or properties, like it has a family, it has a species, it has a genus, and also the creator of this object decided also to add a list of common names. And then here on the right, we see another object, which is this mushroom, type of mushroom, Calbovista subsculpta. And here you can see that the creator used the previously defined object to visualize or to define what is the family, what are the species, and what's the genus, and what are some common names. And I apologize for what you see here. It's currently a bug. We're working on it, but imagine that you can see a list of common names. And so the way we are approaching this is the following. So what we're trying to do is to reduce the amount of information and content available when you land on an object page to its essence, and basically display just an overview of the information, and then let editors, go deeper only if they want to. So the concept that we're trying to leverage is the progressive disclosure of information through interaction. So basically, every action of an editor is going to disclose information at their own request. And here, for example, you could see our object mushroom. And so at a glance, you can see the type, the identity, the validator, and you can see that also has like 4 items, 4 properties. Here you see this Calbovista mushroom using the previously defined object, and you can immediately see at a glance what's its family, the species, the genus, some of its common names. And here on the right, you can see another object that might use another type. In this case, it's a type common, and it's using, and it's defining the title and the author in this case. And so to go a little bit deeper on what we mean with progressive disclosure of information, so it's basically this. What you see here is a potential flow for navigating this information. So let's say you go to this mushroom object page and you touch or you click, if you're on a mouse input or trackpad input device, this row of keys, it will open and it will display what are the keys that are currently available in this object. And then if you would touch or click on a specific key, again, you would go a level deeper and you could navigate, what's the value type, what's the key ID, what's the genus. And as you can see, there's also the language icon, and that's because you could access potentially available translations for the specific keys. And in the scenario where a key is not available in the same language as the language UI that you have set, you're going to see a fallback language based on your own preferences or navigation history with a dedicated language tag signaling that it's a fallback language. So this is how we're approaching design and how we are thinking about organizing information in Wiki functions. Would love to hear your feedbacks and your thought, and thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, my name is Genoveva Galarza, and I'm a staff software engineer in the Abstract Wikipedia team. My colleague James already gave you a nice introduction on the architecture of Wiki functions, but I wanted to go a little bit in depth into the persistent layer and the content model. I want to do this because it's ultimately what allows Wiki functions to be a wiki and to collaborate, edit, create objects, but also is what adds a very big vulnerability ultimately. The functions are user-contributed code that will be running our servers, so that makes it very important. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with the type default content model of Wikipedia, which is called Wikitext. In the case of the functions, the content model is called ZObject. So MediaWiki offers great tools and abstractions to handle this kind of difference. We do this just as a very, very brief technical overview by setting the configuration to say which is the class that is going to be handling this content. And this class is in charge of creating object content, but it's also in charge of making transformation from one way to the other. So for example, when we are reading stuff from the database and we're sending it to the browser, we will modify that content in order to make it readable to the user and create the UI. But also when we send data from the front end or from the APIs to save it in the database, we'll do validations and transformations and make sure that this data is secure. So what is called content object from the point of view of the function model is what we call persistent object or Z2. Now, a Z-object content is just a JSON file, but this is really heavily structured. And this is an example of it. Persistent object, it just adds a layer, a wrapper around the actual object that we're saving so that we can save metadata. This metadata is, for example, an internal identifier or a page name. This identifier is extremely important to keep unedited. So this needs to remain completely locked and secured once it is created. I would say that this is our current state right now. When saving a Z-object, the ID cannot be changed. It's completely forbidden. And also there's a set of additional validity checks, like for example, it should be a valid JSON or it should be a valid Z-object. But there is a bunch of other things that need to be checked while saving. For example, this other third piece of metadata, which is multilingual identifiers, labels, and aliases. This is free to anyone to edit, to add new labels in new languages, but the actual content, Z2K2, which is what contains the function or the type, this should be protected in certain aspects. Some pieces of it should not be edited, and some pieces of it are open for edit. Now, to illustrate what we're going to be working on in the next months, I wanted to create this really silly example called Hackerize. This is a function that transforms Abstract Wikipedia into a hacker language word. Very simple. Now, when I do an edit, what I'm sending to the backend is this whole JSON file with a number of changes. All of these changes will be done using a UI so that the user doesn't have to confront this kind of Z-object language. But what the backend is receiving is this JSON file. And the backend needs to understand what's going on, what changes are happening, and whether those changes are allowed or not. So, as I said before, changing the object ID is completely forbidden. This is fine. And if I add a new label to the function, this is completely allowed, and anyone is welcome to add labels and aliases to this function. Now, there is 4 other edits going on the content block. What happens with them? There's changes, like for example, changing the argument key that should also be completely forbidden. So if I change the way that an argument is internally referenced, every function call that is calling this function will be broken. So this is something that needs to be detected and completely forbidden. But then there's other changes like adding a new label to the arguments instead of like only having one English label, we'll have two. That is open to every user to contribute. There's other changes, for example, like adding a function tester or adding a function implementation that are allowed, but they're only allowed to privileged users, users that know which testers and which implementations are safe and are okay after reviewing. So all this intricate understanding of the object that is being represented, finding which changes are allowed and finding which changes require certain types of privileges is something that we are going to be working in the next following months. I'm very excited about it. I hope you are too. And keep reading our newsletter because I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about this. Thanks a lot.
Wikipedia team. And I'm going to talk a little bit about Wiki functions and how it makes use of a tool called Codex. So hopefully you've seen some of the videos from my colleagues that talk a little bit about what Wiki functions is and how it works. But for the purposes of this, it is basically the UI or the front end that allows you to interact with functions in the Wikimedia world. So Codex is a toolkit for building user interfaces within the Wikimedia design system. I'm reading this from this screenshot from their documentation. And so it basically contains both the design pieces of, this is how things should generally look and feel, this is how interactivity should generally work, but also relevant for developing the front end, it has actual View 3 components. And so you can see on the left-hand side where this red box is, a list of some of the components that Codex provides for us. And so I like to think of this as things that I might see on any web page that's not super relevant to the functionality of that specific web page. So a button, a checkbox, an icon, things like that. And so what's really nice about using this library, from a developer's perspective, it means that we don't need to write and maintain the code for something that's going to look nearly identical to that of another Wikimedia extension or something like that. And it also means from the Wikimedia perspective that all of the different Wikimedia products will look and feel very similar. So even if you're new to Wiki functions, you don't really know a ton about it, there should be a lot of interactions and visuals that are familiar to anyone who has used something like Wikipedia, for example. So this is an example from Wiki functions. So what we're looking at here on the left side is a screenshot from the function page. So I'm viewing a function that's called echo. And what I'm viewing on the right side is a developer tool, which is a Vue extension to the Chrome browser. And so the part that I've highlighted in red is a Codex component called tabs, tab container, and then the about is one tab and the details is another tab. And so just to kind of reiterate what I said earlier, what's nice about this is I can grab that component from Codex, and then I actually only have to worry about the parts below, which are very specific to Wiki functions, whereas the way tabs work is not necessarily kind of what makes Wiki functions special, and so that part I can sort of abstract away from my application. And so what I'm looking at on the right-hand side is sort of like an under the covers, here's how that actually breaks down into individual Vue components. For anyone who's familiar with Vue, so what I have here, the CDX stands for Codex. So you can see I have this function viewer, that's my component that I'm serving, and then that pulls in this CDX tabs component, CDX button component, and then the individual tab. And then from there, I can say to the Codex component, hey, I want these tabs to be called about and details, and I just want you to route me when they click about, I want them to route me here, and when they click details, I want you to route me here. And Codex sort of out of the box will say, okay, this is the line that we have, this is the color that it changes to be, all of that cool stuff. And so this is just even one layer more under the covers, a little bit about what the actual code base looks like. This is part of the Wiki Functions code base, which is available online. And so this piece here on the left-hand side is HTML. And so on the right-hand side in this little box, you can see how you might actually use Codex in an application. You set it up as a dependency, and then you do something like require, quote, @wikimedia/codex dot name of the component you want. So we just looked at tabs. And so I have tabs, which is like I want to have a place where lots of tabs will be, and then the individual tab. And so then once I've done this, I can go back to the left-hand side and I can use it like I would any other HTML component. It has particular props that are relevant to it, like the names of the tabs and stuff like that, all of which is available on the documentation page. But for my purposes, it works just like any kind of out-of-the-box HTML component. So that's a little look at how Wiki Functions is leveraging some of the cool stuff that the Foundation has to kind of offer. And yes, hopefully you enjoy.
Hi, my name is Corey Massaro. I'm part of the Abstract Wikipedia team. I'm here because I'm interested in language and, like probably all of us, the democratization of knowledge. I'd like to present a little bit on a topic that's come up a few times with respect to Abstract Wikipedia, and that's basically a set of questions around belonging, diversity, equity, and inclusion. These questions generally take the form of how do we make sure that when Abstract Wikipedia is launched and we're generating articles in a whole bunch of languages, the perspective that's being represented is as diverse and inclusive and equitable as the set of languages we support. And there are real challenges to that. These are known challenges and these have been discussed before. Right now, we don't have answers. If I said we did have answers, you should be worried because that would be a reflection of the same problematic dynamic we're trying to resolve here. But hopefully we're asking good questions. I recently had the opportunity to do an international arts residency. And while I was there, I got to speak with people from a number of different linguistic backgrounds. Many of them spoke, all of them spoke at least one hegemonic language, but many spoke languages that we would consider under-resourced within the Wikipedia project. So this left me with a lot of ideas. How can we use Abstract Wikipedia in the future? It also left me with questions to ask and pointed me toward where different aspects of inclusion intersect. So ultimately, I'm hopeful that we can cultivate partnerships and conversations around these questions with an even broader set of communities. So one thing that came up was about the neutrality of facts. When I asked people what they would like to share on something, on a platform like Abstract Wikipedia, people would say things that generally related to where they came from, places where they lived. And this is a little bit challenging because if a place where you've lived has a particular tree or bird that is now threatened, for example, because of a war, or the place itself has been inalterably terraformed because of war, you're automatically getting into a political territory. And so it's difficult to get knowledge democratization right because we want to think that knowledge can be neutral and it can be objective, but often that's not the case. But really, these conversations excited me. It means there's a lot to learn about the world, and I wouldn't have learned any of this interesting stuff, often sad stuff, but interesting stuff, without talking to people whose experiences are vastly different from my own. So this makes me really excited about Abstract Wikipedia. It means, what can Abstract Wikipedia do? It can expand access to historically under-resourced languages. That's what we often say it's going to do. But it can also amplify the voices of those languages speakers. Selfishly, I want to read and hear more of these kinds of stories. I want to have my own perspective complicated, and I can maybe do that if I have a system like Abstract Wikipedia that lets me read in one of my languages stories and perspectives on knowledge that come from people who do not speak in my languages. So I felt that was interesting. Another thing that came up was a set of questions I had around how people interact with technology. So a lot of the ways people responded to this were pretty expected. It's easier or harder to use software in one language or another. If you speak a hegemonic language, obviously the internet opens up greatly. But then I also had some conversations that ended up being about literacy. And this is really fascinating because I talked to people who were clearly fluent and literate in multiple languages, multiple hegemonic languages usually, but they also had a language they spoke at home or among friends and didn't read that language. In particular, I met people who spoke Kurmanji, a Kurdish dialect, and they'd say things like, yeah, when we're talking with our friends, that's all fine, and when we exchange text messages, we send like voice messages, we don't send text. We even looked at some online corpora of poetry, and it was really hard to read it, but like if somebody sat there and sounded it out, everybody else could hear it. So that was a really interesting thing to witness. So when I think about how abstract Wikipedia has generally been conceived as a text-based project, I'm reminded always that there's disability concern here.
Just trying to restart a video. For some reason it lost.
Made me hopeful, even though it kind of raises the bar on maybe what we should hope to be able to do with abstract Wikipedia. That's my piece. I hope you found it interesting and that we can talk about this. I'm sure there'll be some contact information shared somehow after this, so please reach out.
Hello, I'm Ariel Gutman, a Google Earth Fellow for Abstract Wikipedia, working in the Natural Language Generation workstream. In the previous video, my colleague Corey raised an important question. How do we foster an equitable and diverse abstract Wikipedia? A partial answer lies in the following. We should foster an inclusive and diverse contributor base for abstract Wikipedia, especially among contributors from low-resource language communities. This means in particular that we should cater for occasional contributors, or contributors who lack programming skills or formal linguistic knowledge. Of course, at the same time, we also want to encourage contributors who want to get more involved, or those who have more technical or linguistic skills. What does this mean in the context of NLG, that is, natural language generation? This means that the creation of basic natural language renderers, a key component of abstract Wikipedia, should be as easy as possible, not require any lengthy training, while at the same time handling complex linguistic phenomena should be made possible for advanced contributors. This can be achieved by modeling renderers using templates. Templates have been used for a long while within the field of energy. In their simplest form, templates can be thought of as text interspersed with placeholders or slots. Let's look at an example. In Wikidata, we can find some information about Marie Curie, such as her date and place of birth. An occasional contributor could write a simple template to render this data, such as the following. Person was born on date of birth in place of birth. When we fill the placeholders with the content from Wikidata, we get a sentence such as Marie Curie was born on the 7th of November 1867 in Warsaw. At this point, you may want to tell me, come on, this doesn't even work correctly for English, as even the preposition may change in front of certain place names, as the example here shows. In other languages, which regularly exhibit phenomena such as verbal agreement or case assignment, such an approach might not even work for the simplest cases. And indeed, you are right. For this reason, we enhanced the template language syntax with the dependency, grammar, annotations. Dependency grammar is a linguistic formalism used for describing sentence structure, which can model phenomena such as agreement or case assignment. Our idea is that advanced contributors will be able to correct or enhance simplistic templates with the right annotations in order to get grammatical output, just as seasoned Wikipedians may correct or enhance contribution of occasional contributors. In the example here, you can see that the French templates is augmented with subject and mood labels, which will instruct the renderer to enforce subject-verb agreement. This permits rendering the sentence Marie Curie est née le 7 novembre 1867 à Varsovie with the correct feminine form of the participle née. If you are interested in more details, you are welcome to read and discuss our proposal on MetaWiki. Stay tuned as well for the upcoming Apps of Wikipedia newsletter, which will discuss this proposal. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Ali. I'm a Google.org software engineer fellow working with the Abstract Wikipedia team on the Wikifunctions project. I will be presenting the work we are doing on the semantics of Wikifunctions. First of all, what is semantics? In programming language theory, semantics describes how programs should be executed in a particular language. One way to do that is to describe the relationship between the input and output of a program. For example, we can convert temperatures in Celsius to temperatures in Fahrenheit using this function. Take the temperature in Celsius, multiply it by 9, divide by 5, and add 32. Here is how the evaluation could look like for the temperature of the human body. Here, I highlight in each step the part of the program that the evaluation is focusing on. First, we replace the function by its definition and substitute the input value of 37, which gives the second line. Then, we multiply 37 by 9 over 5, which gives 66.6. And finally, we add 32, which produces the result 98.6. We have to be careful in the order in which we do the operations. Everyone knows it will be wrong to add 32 before multiplying by 9 over 5. That would give an incorrect result. This is exactly what semantics is about. By defining precise evaluation rules for the language, we can describe how programs should be evaluated in a correct and unambiguous way. Semantics is not limited to evaluation order. It also describes how variables should be handled and substituted, which terms are considered valid and which ones should produce errors, and more. As you may imagine, in Wikifunctions, this can get quite complex. Not only can we define functions in a native language like JavaScript or Python, but we can also define them by composition, using other functions as building blocks. And each of those other functions can themselves be defined in any way. In JavaScript, in Python, or by composition and even built-ins. We need to carefully orchestrate the evaluation of all these functions in order to get the correct result. By being rigorous in our definition of the function model and its semantics, we can give a precise meaning to all of this and provide a clear definition to which we can refer to. Here is a preview of the evaluation rules we are working on, written in mathematical notation. This work is still in progress, but it has already allowed us to find and correct ambiguities in our model and bugs in our implementation. Thanks for your attention, and we look forward to your questions.
Hello all again. The video is also available in Commons and can be viewed there without a translation yet. And sorry for the technical issues that happened at the beginning of the video and in the middle of it. So we have no time for Q&A. We still have 6 or 7 minutes available. I see a few questions already there. One was, where can I get the Wiki functions flag? And the answer is that once we launch, we will make sure that we set up the usual Wikimedia merchandising machine, and we will have all the usual merch for Wiki functions with our logo. So the team got an early version of this, and I'm very happy to have it here. Thanks to the community for the logo. It's really growing on us. Second question. May we have a large language model similar to Lambda and others? There's one thing where we're very different in large language models. So in Wiki functions, we use functions to generate natural language text, which means we're using basically rule-based systems that say, okay, if you see this, do this, and so on, created all by human developers based on the data in Wikidata for lexicographical entries. We are not using a large language model in the background, which is machine learned and which is doing this automatically. The main reason for that is that those language models are not as editable. One main feature of a Wikimedia project is that the contributors, when they see a mistake, should be able to click on the right edit button, fix that mistake, and see it being fixed. This is something we don't know how to do with large automatic language models yet. This is why we're using this currently quite out of fashion approach of a rule-based natural language generation system. And we're building on decades of knowledge in this area in order to make this happen. But this means we will not be providing a language model like this. It also means it's not really something that the Wikimedia Foundation would be best poised to do, because the text that we have available, well, it's other Wikipedias, and those are not really large enough for the kind of large language models that are currently out there, where they usually take the whole web and other sources in order to build them, be they created by Google or DeepMind or Facebook or Apple. They're always building on a much larger corpus than just the Wikipedias. So all of this doesn't really put us in the place where we could provide our language model of our own. There are open organizations working on these kinds of things, and we support the work. And there are ideas of how to use language models, even within the abstract Wikipedia, for example, to choose between two equally well-looking alternatives and similar things, or to check whether text makes sense and so on. But it's not on our main route for the beginning. Those things will probably be added later as we go on. Next question. I've just found out that labels of object properties like Z10024 mushroom can be translated. However, I tried to do the same with Z4 type or Z2 persistent object. Their properties are not translatable using the normal edit interface. Are the core text properties going to be translatable too? So yes, they will be translatable. They will not be entirely editable, but it should be possible to add translations to them. We are still working on the right rights model and on the right user thing. So this is not implemented yet, and this is why you can't do it yet on the beta properly. But eventually, yes, it will be possible to add and edit labels on the core models, but you won't be able to change the core model unless you have the right rights, which will be quite locked down, because a change to the core model can cause a lot of issues. So, how is your time plan holding up? Still launching this year? Well, the original time plan was to launch last year, so it's not long. It's not holding up great. But things were different than we were planning originally. So I really hope that I don't want to make any promises. I really hope that the launch will go forth in a not too far future. That we will see in the next few months the launch. The beta that we started last week gives you a view where we are, and you will be able to see how we progress to a place that we consider launchable. We will also have a continuous discussion with the community about what really needs to be in the launch, but what doesn't have to be, and within the team as well. So I don't want, and we never made really a promise about when we will launch. We will get out there when we're ready, but particularly with the Google.org fellows and with the new people that are joining our team, I'm confident that the state won't be slipping too much into the future. So I'd rather have you something to use and play with sooner than later, and I think this is a shared sentiment on the team. So I'm pretty confident that you'll have something to play with sooner than later. But again, I'm not making any promises about the date. So I'm checking in the Etherpad whether there are more questions coming in. Just because I already have too many screens, so we're good to find. Oh, we're also at the end of the session time, actually, I'm just seeing. So thanks everyone for being here. We have monthly volunteer corners, so you can come with more questions. You can also reach us on our mailing list and our Telegram and IRC chats. So please feel free to reach out with more questions and take a look at the video again without the technical difficulties, I hope. So thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for the organizers for giving us the opportunity to talk. And I'm very excited about how the next few months will look like. Thanks everyone.